Pangit eh. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 61st session of the Senate in the first regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Grace Poe will lead the chamber in prayer.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Panginoon, protektahan mo po ang aming bansa laban sa coronavirus at iba pang karamdaman. Laban sa mga karamdaman ng lipunan, laban sa mga puwersang nagbabanta sa aming mga kalayaan at karapatan. Ngayong buwan ng kababaihan, naway gabayan mo po ang mga ina at ang mga pagpalain mo po ang mga babae, lalong-lalo na kaming iilan dito sa Senado. Tulungan mo po kaming itaguyod ang karapatan at kapakanan ng aming mga kabaro at itaas ang kalagayan ng kababaihan, gumawa ng mas mabuting Pilipinas para sa mga Pilipina. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Anak.
Amen. The Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senators Angara, Binay, Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon, Gatchalian, Go, Gordon, Ontiveros, Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Poe, Recto, Revilla, Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar, Zubiri, Senate President Soto III. Binilang niyo si Sani Angara.
Big brother. Isa lang wala. Sino? With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 60th session, Tuesday, March 30th, at a later hour, Mr. President.
All right. Hearing no objection, the approval of the journal is deferred.
Before we take up other matters, we'd like to recognize guests of Senator Cynthia Villar, Director of Vivencio Mamaril, together with Vera Isabel de la Cruz, Giza Painaga, Bernadette San Juan, and Ms. MC Lanzon and Pedro Santos, all from the Department of Agriculture. And we also have with us guests of Risa Hontiveros, Iori Kato, the UNFPA Country Director, organizations as well of the Girl Defenders Alliance, PLCPD, Al Mujadila Development Foundation, United Youth of the Philippines Women's, and PBSP, Oxfam Forum, She Decides World Vision and advocates from Barangay Culyat are here with us, Mr. President.
We welcome all our guests to the Senate this afternoon.
Mr. President, I move to proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business, message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 2 March 2020, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 656 entitled An Act Declaring October 22 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Rosario, province of Cavite, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House number 1497, An Act Declaring June 20 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Ginayangan, province of Quezon, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. And House number 5944, An Act Declaring April 28 of every year a special working holiday in the province of Aurora to commemorate the death anniversary of Doña Aurora Aragon, Quezon.
Referred to the Committee on Local Government.
House number 5890, An Act Creating Iligan City District Engineering Office and appropriating funds therefore. House number 5891 entitled An Act Reconstituting the Lanao del Norte District Engineering Office in the province of Lanao del Norte into 2 separate district engineering offices and appropriating funds therefore. And House number 5892, An Act Creating a new district engineering office in the 4th Legislative District of the province of Bukidnon and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Public Works and Finance.
House number 5919, An Act Establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority TESDA Training and Assessment Centers in the municipalities of Aliaga, Cuyapo, Licab, Nampicuan, Quezon, and Santo Domingo in the province of Nueva Ecija and appropriating funds therefore. House number 5920, An Act Establishing a Technical Education Skills Development Authority TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Nabal, province of Biliran, to be known as the Nabal Biliran TESDA Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. House number 5921, An Act Establishing a Technical Education Skills Development Authority TESDA Training and Assessment Centers in the municipalities of Alabat, Ginayangan, Gumaca, and Tagkawayan, the province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House number 6030, An Act Establishing a TESDA Training Assessment Center in the Laguna Lake Development Authority, municipality of Calauan, province of Laguna, to be known as the TESDA LLDA Calauan Laguna Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House number 6087, An Act Establishing TESDA Training and Assessment Center in University of Southern Mindanao, USM, located in the municipality of Cabacan, province of Cotabato, to be known as the USM Cabacan Cotabato TESDA Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. And House number 6088, An Act Establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the city of Calbayog, province of Samar, to be known as the Calbayog City Samar TESDA Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education and Finance.
House number 6035, An Act Increasing the Bed Capacity of the Western Visayas Medical Center in Mandurriao, Iloilo City from 425 beds to 700 beds, upgrading its professional healthcare services and facilities, authorizing the increase of its medical personnel and appropriating funds therefore. House number 6036, An Act Increasing the Bed Capacity of the Las Piñas General Hospital and Satellite Trauma Center in Las Piñas City, Metro Manila, from 200 to 500 beds, upgrading its professional health care services and facilities and appropriating funds therefore. And House number 6144, An Act Increasing the Bed Capacity of the Cagayan Valley Medical Center in Tuguegarao City, province of Cagayan, from 500 to 1,000 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Health and Finance.
And House number 5955, An Act Transferring the Provincial Agrarian Reform Office of Lanao del Norte from Iligan City to the municipality of Tubod, Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore.
Referred to Committees on Agriculture and Finance.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 1392, entitled An Act Establishing a National High School in Barangay Marcos, municipality of Santa, province of Ilocos Sur, to be known as Santa National High School and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
Senate number 1393, An Act Establishing an Elementary School in Barangay Don Justo Abalos, municipality of Umingan, province of Pangasinan, to be known as Don Justo Abalos Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
Resolutions. PS Resolution number 341, resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct a full assessment in aid of legislation on the current status of the Philippine national fiber industry and the role which the Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authority plays in promoting the natural fiber industry, introduced by Senator Villar.
To the Committees on Agriculture and Finance.
PS Resolution Number 342, resolution directing the proper Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported urgent call for government action of the Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation after a section of the reforestation site had been blocked by a quarry company, introduced by Senator Binay.
Refer to the Committee on Environment.
PS Resolution Number 343, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the status of liquidation and winding down of the operations of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Retirement and Separation Benefit System, with the end in view of ensuring that adequate funds are available to refund its members' contributions, introduced by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committee on National Defense and Security. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we're supposed to take up adoption of concurrent resolutions on ABS-CBN, but we have our colleagues who are going to file also concurrent resolution in support of the same measure. May we ask for a 1-minute suspension to allow them to file so that they can be part of the discussions on the adoption of this resolution, Mr. President. May I ask for just a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Ito hindi nakaka-disguise kasi maraming press. Ayun talaga. At least tinitignan tayo. Ayun ah. Hindi ah. You're so
Paborito pagtripa ni Tito Francie ay.
Where's the bike? Resolution number. Check.
Nanggalin.
We'll just do a ratification of a BICAM. Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, while we're waiting the one last resolution for, to be taken up today on the ABS-CBN franchise, for the meantime, Mr. President, we're in the receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1224 and House Bill number 5829, entitled An Act Institutionalizing Good Manners and Right Conduct and Values Education in the K-12 Curriculum. I move to consider the said bicameral committee report, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the BICAM report is in order.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the panel, Senator with us, Sherwin Win Gatchalian. I was almost about to say William, Mr.
The
President.
gentleman
for
from Valenzuela,
his sponsorship of the measure.
Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1224 and House Bill number 5829, also known as the GMRC and Values Education Act. The Senate and House panels have met and discussed to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. We have come up with a legislation that, on its face value, may appear to be merely legislating the subjects of GMRC and values education be taught in the K-12 curriculum. But I believe, Mr. President, that the core of this measure is to create a space in every school day of every learner in K-12 to be taught on and to learn about values. When this bill becomes a law, our children will be taught GMRC and values education with the same amount of time that they are taught math, science, English, and other core subjects. Napakahalaga ng GMRC at values education sa buhay ng bawat bata na pumapasok sa bawat silid-aralan. Sa kanilang murang pag-iisip, napakarami nilang nakikita sa kanilang paligid, lalo na sa social media na maaaring magdala sa kanila sa maling landas dahil sa kakulangan ng sapat na paggabay at paliwanag. Ngunit kung araw-araw nating natuturuan ang mga bata sa eskwelahan, hindi lang sila matututo ng magandang asal, kundi pati na rin kung paano maging mabuting tao. Mr. President, ako ay nagpapasalamat sa buong Kongreso sa pagkilala sa pananagutan ng Estado sa paghubog ng mga susunod na henerasyon ng mga mamayang Pilipino. I especially thank my colleagues and principal authors, Senator Zubiri, Senator Villanueva, Senator Lacson, who made it their advocacy to mandate the institutionalization of GMRC and values education in the K-12 basic education curriculum. Thank you also to Senator Hontiveros for her invaluable contribution as a conferee when we thrashed out several issues during the bicameral conference committee. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1224 and House Bill number 5829 be read in toto into the record and the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you. The Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And before that, Mr. President, I was being flagged by Senator Richard Gordon. And let me also thank Senator Richard Gordon for his invaluable support and contribution to this bill. And also Senator Nancy Binay, Mr. President. Correct, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, my heart is overflowing with gratitude for your overwhelming support to our bill, the institutionalization of values education and GMRC in the K-12 curriculum. No matter how advanced civilization is, with technological advances that have made our lives sophisticated and in turn have prompted schools to give priority to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we will always go back to basics: values, character, good manners, social etiquette. No wonder, and I must say, that the fifth industrial revolution is coming, and it's about values. Mr. President, the process of crafting this measure provided us with the opportunity to ask, what do we really care about? What is the most important thing right now? And more importantly, what is the role of our schools in educating our young people? The answer we found is in the 1987 Constitution citations on the importance of education, and it is obvious that it sees education primarily as values formation. That's why we laud the BICAM panel for the inclusion of a proviso under Section 5 that says, it is hereby mandated that values education shall be an integral and essential part of the DepEd's K-12 basic education curriculum. Clearly, Mr. President, this means that values education should be at the core of the K-12 curriculum. Mr. President, we believe that values education should be an integral and essential part of the K-12 curriculum across all grade levels from K-12. This is the reason why we originally proposed a comprehensive values education bill. I wish to thank our seatmate and chairperson of the Committee of Basic Education, Senator Win Gatchalian, for his teacher-like style of ironing out the disagreeing provisions of the House and Senate versions, and for his full support to our provision that the K-12 curriculum is incomplete without values education. Mr. President, once this bill becomes a law, the DepEd will have a legal basis to consciously and purposely integrate values education across all subjects from K to 12. Needless to say, Mr. President, this would require enhancing our teachers' capacity, which this bill also provides. Lastly, Mr. President, the inclusion of a whole school approach is so important that it should not be left unnoticed. Values formation cuts through the total education community, in which case, Mr. President, even the GMRC subject will become part of this comprehensive values education approach. Dito po, mas klaro ang kasabihang, it takes a village to educate a child. Alam ko pong nagsunog tayo ng kilay, at lalo na ang ating chairperson, Win Gatchalian, kasama ang ating mga co-authors, para matiyak na mapag-isa ang magkakaibang probisyon ng iba't ibang panukala dito sa Senado at Kongreso. Higit kailanman, ngayon po natin kailangan ang panukalang batas na ito dahil tatagos po ito hanggang sa trabaho ng ating mga kababayan at sa kinabukasan ng ating bayan. Muli ho, taus-pusong pasasalamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain po tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just a short manifestation as well. I would like to thank our sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for making this a priority in his committee. I was the principal author of this measure, and together with our colleagues here, Senator Joel, Senator Nancy, Senator Gordon, and Senator Lacson, Senator Ping Lacson. And we truly need this measure, Mr. President, as we can see today how our youth have become more focused on education, more focused on technology, but actually leaving behind their good manners and right conduct. The success story in Japan is one way where we can see best practices, Mr. President. In Japan, they're taught the same subject every hour, every day, for 1 hour every day. One of the subjects, one part of the subject is cleanliness. And that is why when they see trash on the floor, it is automatic for any child from Japan, Mr. President, or Japanese youth to pick it up and throw it in the trash can. And that has been I would say, norm for the people of Japan. And so with this, we hope that this can push our children to follow good manners and right conduct. Although, during the bicameral conference committee hearing, We almost did not practice good manners and right conduct with our House panel because of such heated debates. But we are thankful that cooler heads prevailed, and we now have the bicameral conference committee report. So I congratulate Senator Sherwin Gatchalian for handling it ably. And of course, Senator Risa Ontiveros was with us also, one of the authors, and she was with us during the hearing. So, Mr. President, I move to adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill number 1224 and House Bill number 5829, and consider the report of the Senate panel as inserted to the records of the Senate. I so move.
Any objection? Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Actually, it's not an objection. It's just a comment on the Majority Floor Leader's statement. Not on the violation of the Good Manners Bill in the BICAM, but on Japan. I just find it fascinating because when the Majority Floor Leader mentioned that the Japanese are very trained to pick up trash, actually, if you tried to walk around in Japan eating, which I always do, walking around eating something, it's so hard to find a trash can. So I'm like, how can it be so clean and where are their trash cans? Unlike, let's say, New York City, there's really trash. There are no trash cans. So I just found out the reason now and wanted to share it all with you. They've been trained to bring home their trash. Not only to pick it up, but to bring it home.
Put it in their bags.
So, and on that note, I think our secretariat will be happy that I bring this to the attention of the floor. In our attempt to be zero waste also as an institution, one of the problems we have is in our caterings, which we have usually, we try to feed our guests, our resource persons. They don't bring home the trash. Nagpapakater, tapos yung siguro yung mga plastic na pinaglagyan ng mga ensimada, ganun, iniiwan dito. So, kung pwede sanang ma-practice din yun, na bring home your own trash. I'm taking advantage of this practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, just to remind our colleagues, last New Year's celebration in Luneta Park, the city of Manila had to clean up almost 20 tons of trash in Luneta Park. My goodness, Mr. President, really, we lost on that issue on cleanliness. Clearly, something is lost there. So, I hope that with this new legislation, Mr. President, it will train the future generations of our country good manners and right conduct.
All right.
So I made the
So
motion already, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, the motion is to adopt the bicameral conference committee report.
That's
Any
correct.
objection? Hearing none, the BICAM report is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move to consider proposed, sorry, Mr. President, may I request for an additional reference of business?
Secretary will proceed with the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business resolution. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 8 entitled Concurrent Resolution expressing the sense of the Congress to allow ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation and Sky Cable Corporation to operate pending the final determination of the renewal of their respective franchises by the 18th Congress through the issuance of the appropriate provisional authority by the National Telecommunications Commission, introduced by Senators Lapid, Gatchalian, Villanueva, Binay, Zubiri, Angara, Recto, Poe, and Pacquiao.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 344, entitled Resolution Expressing the Sense of the Senate Authorizing the National Telecommunications Commission, NTC, to issue a provisional authority to ABS-CBN Corporation, its subsidiaries and/or affiliates, ABS-CBN Convergence, Inc., Sky Cable Corporation, and Amcara Broadcasting Network, Inc., under such terms and conditions as the NTC may deem necessary until Congress's final disposition of the franchise renewal bills, introduced by Senators Cayetano, De La Rosa, Go, Marcos, Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villar, Zubiri, Pacquiao, Angara, Villanueva, Gatchalian, and Binay.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move to consider proposed concurrent resolution number 6, taking in consideration proposed current resolution number 7, number 8, and PS resolution number 344. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures in order.
May I ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
The Secretary will read the title of the measure, the main resolution. Number
Senate
6.
Concurrent Resolution Number 6, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of the Congress that ABS-CBN Corporation should continue to operate pending final determination of the renewal of its franchise by the 18th Congress.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a slight subject to style, because the other three resolutions have not just only ABS Convergence Inc., but also Sky Cable Corporation. And the authors, I'm sure, will not object. Subject to style, we can merge these three resolutions, or these four resolutions.
Perhaps after the,
Yes.
or after interpellations.
Yes, Mr. President.
So
Mr.
the
President,
consideration of the measure is in order now.
that's correct, Mr. President.
And I would like to yield the chair to the President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And
Really quick, that my wife works here. Just want to manage.
And I would say that you refuse to have rush your COS. Ano sabi? Hindi, nandiyan na. I-merge na yung... Kasi ibang resolution. Pati sa kanya, sinama niya. Mas kompleto nga sila eh. Mas kompleto? Oo. Good. Mas maganda ito. Amara.
Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are now in the period of sponsorship. I believe to hasten the proceedings, we just go directly into the period of interpellation. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we recognize our distinguished Senate President to propound a few questions, and to sponsor is the original author of the resolution, Senator Franklin Drilon. Principal sponsor.
The Senate President is recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. Well, I only have one question, Mr. President, but the main sponsor, Senator Drilon, may answer, or any member of the Senate, if they so desire, any of the co-sponsors or co-authors. But before I do that, allow me to place on record first, Mr. President, that I do support, and I will support my colleagues. I also will support and am supporting the existence of the ABS-CBN. As a matter of fact, I have worked with them for a number of years, even during the time that I became a senator, and 1992. And just as a disclosure, my wife is currently doing a new teleserie or telenovela for the station. So I'd like to place that on record. But then again, I would like to propound a question that has been bugging me for a number of days already concerning this particular issue. My issue stems from why the NTC has time and again, a number of times, mentioned, and even in the hearings here, asking for a Senate or a Congress resolution, concurrent resolution, joint resolution. They need this resolution before they will issue a authority to operate. Now, this has never happened before, Mr. President. What's bugging the NTC? Are they afraid to displease the President? They should not. The President, Mayor Duterte, is a wonderful man. I've met him since I've known him since 1988. And I was vice mayor, he was mayor. His vice mayor was my action officer in the Vice Mayor's League of the Philippines. You should not be afraid to do your job. That's how I know the president is president. So why is NTC asking for this when they can well do it? May I know from the sponsor what he thinks is the reason why NTC is asking for this after so many years of existence of the NTC, that they have never asked for a congressional resolution to issue a permit to operate or authority to a provisional authority?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, I confirm the statement of the Senate President that indeed in the past, the opinion expressed on the floor by then Chair of the Committee on Public Services, still our Chair of the Committee on Public Services, Senator Poe, is that the operation of a broadcast organization can continue pending the consideration of the renewal on the floor, even if the franchise has expired. Upon these representations, questions, the opinion expressed by the chair of the Committee on Public Services in defending the proposed renewals on the floor is that the franchises continue to operate without mention or citation of the NTC action. And I confirm the statement of the Senate President that indeed he's wondering why this is now necessary. I assume, Mr. President, that the difference, the reason why we are doing this is the statement of Secretary Guevara during the hearing when he said that he recognizes the gap in the law. He says, but on grounds of equity, we should allow the broadcast organization to continue broadcasting even if the franchise has expired while Congress is deliberating on the renewal. The second thing that he said, Mr. President, was he said in substance, but it would provide some degree of legal stability if the NTC or if Congress can request the NTC to issue a provisional authority. So I am making a speculation, Mr. President, that this is the reason why the NTC suddenly wanted this resolution, which they did not request for in the past. That's the best way I could answer that, Mr. President.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. I can somehow read between the lines. But this is something new. We must admit that it is something new. The NTC gave a provisional authority in 2015 338 times to different franchises. In 2016, they issued 471 provisional authorities. In 2017, they issued 259 provisional authorities. In 2018, they issued 155 provisional authorities. In 2019, 300 provisional authorities. So this includes controversial and big franchises like Smart Communications, the CBCP franchise, the ICC, International Communication Corporation, GMA Network, the XRC broadcasting station in Zamboanga City when it was there was a controversy. Also the station in Dumaguete, TV stations in Zamboanga City, even PTNT, and a number of controversial franchises, Mr. President, that never asked for this. So, Mr. President, I will not belabor the point. I thank the gentleman for the answer. Let me just place on record that for the resolution 6, 7, 8, and the others, I agree to the intent of the content, but I do not agree on the vehicle. No, sir. The NTC could well issue an authority to operate without a Senate resolution, as they have done hundreds of times before. So, what is this? They want a different neck on the chopping block instead of theirs. ABS like any other TV or radio station giving service to the public, deserves an authority to operate while their franchise approval is pending. So, when the voting on the resolution kicks in, Mr. President, I'd like to register my vote as a critical yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we recognize Senator Angara.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like the Senate President, I wish to make a disclosure as an author of one of the resolutions that my wife is also working in ABS-CBN. And contrary to what the Majority Leader may say or has said, there is no pending application to be my Chief of Staff, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I would like to see her more often in the Senate. Tutsi Angara. Yes, we'd like to recognize, Mr. President, Senator Bong Revilla, after which no, it was Coco, and then Grace, after which Senator Lacson.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Okay, Mr. President, I filed a bill extending the franchise of ABS-CBN until the end of the year to give time for Congress to act accordingly at para hindi na rin kakaba-kaba ang libu-libong empleyado ng ABS-CBN. Panukalang batas ang aking inihain dahil naniniwala po ako na batas lamang ang maaring mag-amenda o magbigay ng prangkisa. Ilang katanungan lang po, Mr. President, Minority Floor Leader. Kapag ipinasa po ba natin ang concurrent resolution na ito, at considering na halos lahat na po tayo nakapirma na dyan, ipinalalawig ba natin ang termino ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, and will it have the same effect as law?
Well, like the good sponsor, the gentleman from Cavite, Mr. President, this representation also filed a bill which would extend the franchise of ABS-CBN for 3 years. However, Mr. President, as agreed in this chamber, the Committee on Public Services could hear this proposed measure, but will not act on it until we receive the version from the House because of the origination clause in the Constitution. And that's exactly what happened. And that is why we initially filed proposed Senate Resolution number 6, principally because of the statement of the good Secretary of Justice. The Senate President made of record that indeed in the past there was no need for this resolution, but the NTC has deemed it necessary in view of the statements of the Secretary of Justice. So just to avoid any debate, we have filed this resolution, a proposed concurrent resolution, so that the NTC may have some basis, according to their view, on the issuance of a provisional authority, which, as pointed out by the Senate President, they've been doing for years. So the short answer to the good gentleman from Cavite is that this will not technically extend. It will just allow the NTC to issue a provisional authority, and in the meantime that we are debating on the extension of the franchise of ABS-CBN, the said broadcast company can continue to operate as the other franchises in the past enjoyed a similar privilege.
Well, through this concurrent resolution, Mr. President, we are in effect extending for a certain period the franchise of ABS-CBN and authorizing NTC through this resolution to provide provisional authority to operate.
We are not extending the franchise. We are just reiterating what we did in the past. And in fact, in the past, we did not do anything. The NTC just allowed the franchise holders whose franchise expired to continue operating while Congress was debating on the renewal of the franchise. If no renewal is decreed or approved by Congress at the end of Congress, then NTC would no longer have the authority to issue a provisional authority, because the premise is that the franchise renewal is being debated upon in Congress.
Okay, Mr. President, will our action stand against any court action if in any case someone questions ABS-CBN operations beyond the life of its existence franchise? Baka po kasi after May 4, merong magsampa ng kaso o mag-TRO sa ABS-CBN, kawawa naman po yung ating mga
Well, I cannot
mga
divine.
manggagawa sa ABS-CBN.
This representation, Mr. President, cannot divine what the others will do if they want to go to the court and stop ABS-CBN. How the court will decide on that is a matter that would be left to the judiciary, as they are the final arbiter on such legal issue. Mr.
But in your point of view, Mr. President, ano po ang sa tingin ninyo?
From my point of view, Mr. President, this has a precedent in the past practices of this and the previous Congress. Whether or not the court will consider that as a valid, will consider that as sufficient to allow ABS-CBN to continue to operate, is a matter that is addressed to the judgment of the court. The other franchises in the past continued to operate without question. That's all we can say, Mr. President, on that point.
The reason why I raised this question, Mr. President, I just want to make sure na hindi naman sila malagay sa alanganin. Dahil kung talagang kailangan natin magpasa ng batas, why don't we do it now? Umaksyon tayo. I know, Mr. President, it should emanate from the House, pero siguro pakiusapan natin ng House, may pasa na natin ito para doon sa 11,000 manggagawa ng ABS-CBN. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we filed this concurrent resolution on the ground of equity, as asserted by the Secretary of Justice and upheld by the Supreme Court in a number of cases. So we leave it at that, Mr. President. There is the fact is with this resolution, the NTC will hopefully issue a provisional authority. ABS-CBN will continue to operate until the franchise can be acted upon. If the House of Representatives reject the franchise application, Mr. President, or will allow this Congress to go out of existence without acting on the franchise renewal, then at that point, I think ABS-CBN will be in deep trouble if they continue to operate.
Okay, that's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator Coco. Senator Coco, sir.
Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To help, because we are discussing a certain measure, and I'm anticipating that there will be a motion later on to approve. So, to help, to guide us on our vote on the measure, may we know what is the specific measure that we are discussing? Because four measures were mentioned all together, and there is one which is one or two which are concurrent resolutions, and there's another one which is a proposed Senate resolution. So may we know what would be the final product of these deliberations, Mr. President?
Maybe I could
Mr.
answer.
President,
Should I answer? As Majority
please,
Leader?
the Majority Leader will
Thank
start.
you, as Majority Floor Leader, Mr. President. We are taking up Senate Resolution number 6, 7, 8, and PS Resolution number 344. So these are in consideration of all four measures. On the proper period, which is the period of amendments, we'll make a request to the authors if we can merge all four, as most of them have the same subject matter, and the only difference is on concurrent resolution number 6 and concurrent resolution number 7, it only discussed the franchise of ABS-CBN, wherein concurrent resolution number 8 and PS resolution number 344 is a bit more complete, which adds Sky Cable and as well as Amcara, Mr. President, which are also lapsing or will cease to have their franchise by May 4, if I'm not mistaken, the first week of May, Mr. President. So at the proper time, we will merge all these four resolutions, Mr. President.
Thank you for that information, Mr. President. But so after interpellation would come the period for amendments. But what will be our working draft, which we will be amending, so that we will know, Mr. President, because
It will be the first one filed, which is what we do in Senate by practice. It's usually the first measure filed. In this case, it's resolution number 6, Mr. President.
Okay, so may we request the Secretariat to distribute to us Senate resolution? Is it concurrent or is it a proposed Senate resolution? So propose concurrent resolution number 6 because it's not on our desk, Mr. President, so we can study.
Right away, sir.
And then I don't know who will. I do not know, Mr. President, who will answer this. The minority leader or the majority leader. For our guidance, may we know what is the practical difference between a proposed Senate resolution and a concurrent resolution? For this purpose, would it be advantageous to pass a concurrent resolution or just a Senate resolution?
Mr. President, the proposed Senate resolution, concurrent resolution number 6, the resolutory paragraph says, resolved by the Senate, the House of Representatives concurring to express the sense of Congress that ABS-CBN Corporation should be allowed to operate under the terms of the existing franchise pending final determination of the renewal by the 18th Congress and for the NTC to issue ABS-CBN Corporation the appropriate provisional authority.
So the proposal is to use the vehicle of a concurrent resolution. So that means we need the cooperation and the action of the House, Mr. President.
My information is that the House has already authorized the NTC to make such issuance of a provisional authority, although in the form of a letter.
That's what I also know, Mr. President.
So whatever it is, they have authorized, and I don't think that parliamentary courtesy will allow us to inquire into the effectivity of of a letter versus a concurrent resolution. The point is they have expressed their judgment and sense of Congress that the NTC should authorize the continued operation of the ABS-CBN.
Okay, but what is clear is that the measure we are discussing right now will most likely be or end up to be a concurrent resolution which needs also the action of the House of Representatives.
That's correct, sir.
And why are we going to use concurrent resolution and not a joint resolution? What is
The joint
the difference,
resolution,
Mr.
Mr. President, has the force and effect of law. In fact, we also filed a joint resolution extending the franchise for 3 years. But clearly, we could not take that up because of the origination clause in the Constitution.
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
So thank you for that information, Mr. President. So the understanding of the minority leader is if the subject matter of the joint resolution is a franchise, it should also originate from the House of Representatives? Is
That's
that
correct, because this is, in fact, under our rules, a joint resolution has the force and effect of law, goes through 3 readings, and must be signed and approved by the President.
So, yes, thank you for that information, Mr. President. So, the big difference also between a concurrent resolution and a joint resolution is that the concurrent resolution does not need the participation or signature of the President? Concurrent, sir.
The
Concurrent.
concurrent resolution simply expresses the sense of Congress
The sense
and
of the
does not
Senate and
need
Congress.
the signature of the President.
Joint, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay, so we are going to use a concurrent resolution. Is it authorizing or is it merely asking the NTC to issue a provisional authority to the various ABS-CBN related corporations?
The resolution says to express the sense of Congress that that the National Telecommunications Commission to issue the ABS-CBN Corporation the appropriate provisional authority.
So it is it's the sense for the NTC to act in a particular way, Mr. President.
That's correct, because in the past, the franchise holders continued to exist and operate, and as pointed out by the Senate President,
Yeah.
the NTC did not look for this before.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, if you are going to follow our practice, this is not necessary, but it is only made necessary because the Secretary of Justice expressed an opinion that to provide a more stable legal environment, this should be passed.
Mr. President, may I just, with the permission of the two gentlemen, as the chairman of the House Committee on Legislative Franchises in the 12th and 13th Congress, my experience was with several franchises. While they were pending applications, the NTC or a regulatory body would grant them the provisional authority. So much so that I can recall franchises that were not given or were not passed on time. Their franchises had lapsed already, and yet they were still given provisional authority until the next Congress when they refiled the franchise application. So this is a practice, a common practice, Mr. President. Even, for example, in the dear gentleman's province of, or the city of Iloilo, when PECO had lost, when another franchise holder was given or granted to the electricity needs for Iloilo City, PECO was still given a permit to operate by the ERC so as not to disrupt operations of electricity. So it is within the boundaries of law given to these regulatory agencies, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. But for as long as we are clear with the legal basis on why and how the NTC can issue a provisional authority even to an entity with a lapsed franchise, do we know, Mr. President, the legal basis for this, for the power of the NTC to issue a provisional authority?
Mr. President, this resolution simply expresses the sense of Congress, which is consistent with the past experience and legislative history. The matter of whether or not the NTC can issue a provisional authority where the franchise has lapsed is a matter that ultimately the courts may have to decide. For purposes of our debate today, we're just saying that it is our sense in a concurrent resolution that the NTC should issue a provisional authority. Whether or not the NTC will do so is a matter left to their judgment. We're just expressing our sense, Mr. President.
That's why, Mr. President, I'm very interested to know the legal basis so that we are not asking the NTC to do something which
I repeat,
is...
Mr. President, we are not saying that anything here is legal. We're just saying for the sake of 11,000 employees,
Persuasive, it's persuasive in nature. Just
11,000 employees, let us allow ABS-CBN to operate, and the sense of Congress is for the NTC to issue. If the NTC does not issue because they feel that they have no legal authority, then that is a matter for them to decide. We are not. We are just expressing our sense of the Senate. It's for them to follow or not to follow.
Yes, Mr. President, lest I be misunderstood, I am actually, ang sabi ko nga kay Majority Leader, yung puso ko ay nasa pamilyang ito. So, kapuso na ako, kapamilya pa. Di ba? Sinabi ko sa... So 11,000 employees, kung anong pwedeng gawin natin para matulungan sila. But I just want to make sure, Mr. President, that our request, we are going to, that the RESO potentially makes a request for
The
the
reso simply expresses the sense of the Senate.
yeah, that's right. So the Senate's number 6. So we have number 6 here, Mr. President. So the sense of the Congress, sir, because it's concurrent.
That's correct,
Yeah,
yes.
wow. That the ABS-CBN Corporation should be allowed to operate under the terms of its existing franchise pending final determination.
Yes.
And we know that May 4 it will already have lapsed, so we are assuming it's a lapsed franchise. This representation just wants to know if we have solid legal basis to ask the NTC, because if we don't have, then
Well, we are not even asking the NTC. We are expressing our sense that NTC should do it. Whether or not NTC does it and whether or not there are legal obstacles, that is, let the NTC decide that. This resolution does not make the decision for them. We're just saying this is our sense.
Mr. President.
And, Mr. President, you know, the Supreme Court has ruled that laws and rules should not be interpreted and applied in a vacuum or in isolated manner. So we cannot just say, you know, there is no franchise renewed, and therefore no NTC resolution can be approved. If that is the position that we take, you have 11,000 families going hungry on May 5.
Mr. President, may I add to the statements of the Minority Floor Leader? During the hearing of our distinguished lady senators, Grace Poe, the NTC was asking us permission. They had asked permission from Congress and the Senate to allow them to grant provisional authority. And they said as long as we request for it, they will grant it.
Yes,
In the House of Representatives, it was just a mere letter. Here with us, it's a sense of every one of us here for the provisional authority of ABS-CBN. So they put it on record, Mr. President,
So,
that they're requesting.
Mr. President, did the NTC during that hearing state the legal basis for the request?
Mr. President,
I mean, I understand.
Let me respond to that, and I hope this is the end of the debate, because clearly, under the dispositive portion, the Senate is just expressing the sense of the Senate. The Senate is not asking the NTC to grant. It's just a sense of the Senate. The matter of whether it's legal or not is left to the NTC. And if NTC grants it, it's left to any party to bring this to court. All that we're saying is an expression of our sense of the Senate.
So actually, it's a factual question. Did the NTC representative during that committee hearing state the legal basis?
Immaterial, Mr. President.
No, but for the
Immaterial,
information,
because all that we're doing is getting the Senate to express a sense of the Senate. Whether or not the NTC asks for it is beside the point.
Mr. President,
The DOJ, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
With the permission of the gentleman, Senator Ting Lacson,
just an interjection, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Are we making our life difficult by trying to pass a concurrent resolution? Why not simply pass a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate? I understand if it's a concurrent resolution, it needs a similar or a counterpart concurrent resolution by the House. Well, I'll tell you this, Mr. President. If we are adopting a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate, as simple as that, I will sign the resolution.
Okay.
But I did not sign the proposed resolution simply because it is a concurrent resolution,
Yes.
which does not have the effect of a law.
Mr.
And
President, the
even-
vote of Senator Lacson is very valuable. And therefore, we agree that it should be the sense of the Senate resolution.
Instead of a concurrent
Yes,
resolution.
that's correct, sir.
Because it's useless. There's no
Yes.
counterpart in the House.
Yes, so we have your vote already.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
May we
President,
recognize Senator Cayetano, please?
so I have a
Senator Pia is,
solution for the
recognized.
gentleman because the The resolution that we signed is a simple resolution. It's not concurrent, it's not joint, it's a simple resolution expressing the sense of the Senate. And majority of our colleagues have signed it. So it seems that this is the preferred mode of the body, which is consistent with our desire to simply express the
Yes.
sense of the Senate.
We have no objection as the
This is
author
Senate
of
resolution,
resolution
sorry,
number
344.
6 to be so amended that it becomes the sense of the Senate resolution.
Yeah. Well, Senator Drilon's resolution number 6 and our 344 would pretty much be the same, given that the desire is the sense of the Senate. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir. May we recognize
Senator Coco Pimentel
yes, but
is
since we will put this to a vote later, maybe after amendment, so that's why I'm asking questions to guide this representation in making his decision whether to vote in favor, vote against, or step aside by abstaining. So, is it wrong to ask if there is a legal basis for the NTC in issuing provisional authorities? That is the. But if the answer is we do not know if there is, so let it be stated, Mr. President.
First, two answers. Number one, I reiterate that the legality of a provisional authority is a matter that the NTC would decide because they are the principal agency. We are just, number two, we are saying that it is just a sense of the Congress. Now it is a sense of the Senate. We agree. So the matter of whether it is legal or not is left initially with the NTC and subsequently with the courts. That's all that we're saying.
So I've heard the answer, Mr. President. So so we are now going into the direction of a proposed Senate resolution. Yes, Mr. Majority
Before we
Leader.
take off from that, because I was in the hearing of Senator Grace Poe, I clearly remember that the Justice Secretary, Secretary Maynard Guevara, had said, when asked, if the Senate and Congress requests for an extension of their franchise to a provisional authority, is it legal? And he said, yes. He confirmed, and he said, it was legal for the NTC to issue a provisional authority to that effect, while the bill is still pending.
But if I had been in that hearing, I would have asked him also what is the legal basis. Yeah. So anyway, it has been answered, Mr. President. So okay. So but the essence of this measure before us is that we are asking the NTC to issue the provisional authority, and we are not putting a time limit on whatever provisional authority the NTC may issue. Is that clear, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we are not asking the NTC. We are saying our sense, Mr. NTC, is for you to issue. Whether or not they will give substance to our sense is a matter addressed to them.
Okay, but for them, what is the proper terminology again, Mr. Minority? We are expressing the sense of the Senate
Yes, we are expressing the sense of the Senate.
NTC to
that
issue.
The NTC should issue.
Should issue.
Yes. Whether or not they will issue is a matter left to their discretion, and factors such as the legality of this provisional authority is a matter left for them to decide.
And also the matter of the length of time of the
Yes,
provisional authority
everything,
is
yes.
left. We will leave to the
Yes,
NTC.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the Minority Leader and Majority Leader for asking.
So I believe there are no longer any members who wish to interpolate the measure. I move to close the period of interpellation.
Mr. President,
Senator Tolentino,
Just one,
before we act on the motion of the Majority
just
Leader,
one clarificatory
I withdraw my
question.
motion to allow Senator
Tolentino is
to be able to
recognized.
expound.
Mr. President, isang tanong lang po, ika-clarify ko lang po yung maliwanag naman po yung explanation kanina ng minority leader. Gusto ko lang pong liwanagin yung tungkol sa franchise. Ang pagkakaalam ko po, Mr. President, and I signed the resolution, ang pagkakaalam ko po, dalawang franchise dapat ang ating pinag-uusapan. Ang unang franchise na binigay ng pamahalaan ay nung itinatag ang ABS-CBN Corporation at sa pamamagitan ng corporation Code or Corporation Law of the Philippines then ay binigyan sila ng isang juridical personality para mabuo ang isang korporasyon. Tama po ba ako, Mr. President?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. President. Ang sa akin lang, I author the resolution which expresses the sense of the Senate that the NCTC should issue a provisional authority. The parameters of that, I would leave it to the NTC as the initial issuing body for their interpretation. We are not passing upon anything here. It's just expressing the sense of the Senate.
Tama po, Mr. President. Kaya ko po natanong yan sa kadahilanan kung dalawa po ang binigay na lisensya ng ating pamahalaan. Unang-una, yung lisensya sa pagtatayo ng korporasyon. Sa May 4, yung franchise pong yon, yung lisensya sa pagbibigay ng personalidad ng korporasyon ay buhay pa. Yun po yung sinasabi ko, Mr. President. Pangalawa, yung pinag-uusapan natin prangkisa rito, yung prangkisa naman galing sa Kongreso na maglalap sa May 4 ay wala na. So ang tinatanong ko po rito, Mr. President, yung po bang paglaps nung pangalawang lisensyang binigay ng pamahalaan ay makakaapekto doon sa unang lisensyang binigay ng pamahalaan,
No,
Mr.
sir.
President?
In my humble legal opinion, it will not affect the corporate life of ABS-CBN. The
Yes.
matter of the non-issuance, assuming that that is the case, of a provisional authority will not cause a termination of the corporate life. In fact, Mr. President, under the revised corporation code which we authored and wrote, there is no more termination of the corporate life. The existence of a corporation is now perpetual.
Tama po, Mr. President. Nililiwanag ko lang po yan.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
At gusto ko pong malaman kasi yung sense of the Senate ay tungkol doon sa pangalawang lisensya.
That's correct,
Tama
sir.
po ba ako, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Kasi po kung ang primary purpose nung pagtatatag at pagtanggap ng unang lisensya sa pamahalaan ay para sa broadcasting at yung lisensya naman sa broadcasting ay napaso na. Buhay pa ba ho yung primary purpose? Nababanggit ko po ito, Mr. President, kasi po minaalala ko nung araw na isang kumpanya ng barko na inalisan na ng karapatan ng marina dahil napakaraming aksidente. Dahil ang kanyang prangkisa ay mag-operate ng barko sa maritime at inalisan na siya ng prangkisa na magpatakbo ng mga barko sa dami ng aksidente, para saan pa ba ho yung kanyang korporasyon na magpatakbo ng mga barko? So, hinahalimbawa ko po yun, Mr. President. So, in this sense, the good gentleman is saying that with the lapse of the franchise, the corporate life subsists. And with that, Congress, as the Senate, can express its sense to revive the primary purpose or to give life to the lapsed franchise, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. We are just expressing our sense that the NTC should issue a license for the continued operation of ABS-CBN. I repeat, Mr. President, we are not passing judgment as to whether or not it is a valid exercise of that executive discretion. We leave that to the NTC, but we're saying, Mr. NTC, it is our sense, in accordance with the opinion expressed by the Secretary of Justice, that the ABS-CBN be allowed to continue to operate.
Last question, Mr. President, if the patience of the good gentleman is not yet stretched, what will now happen, Mr. President, to the pending case before the Supreme Court filed by the Solicitor General? Won't it affect the decision-making process or prerogative of the National Telecommunications Commission if it happens that it would abide or recognize the sense of the Senate? Will it cloud the judgment? Will it prod the NTC? Will it hinder the NTC in expediting a decision, the issuance of a decision, even before the lapse of the franchise, Mr. President?
It is our view, Mr. President, that this body can issue a resolution expressing its sense. The matter in the Supreme Court is completely separate and distinct, an issue which is being litigated upon. Let the ABS-CBN defend its position.
So again, Mr. President, the impression I get from the good gentleman is that the expression of the sense of the Senate would not in any manner influence the judiciary, but our sense is directed to the executive branch.
That's correct. Whether or not it influences the judiciary, that is their own lookout.
I think I have no further questions, Mr. President, although my personal belief is that this case will have another case that will be reproduced in the highest tribunal relative to the consequence of the double or triple resolutions that we will consider today. Thank you, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Gordon is recognized.
Wait. Go ahead. I always prefer ladies to go first.
Mr. President,
Mr.
may we
President, I
recognize-
decline to yield the floor to Senator Gordon. For the simple reason that Senator Poe was ahead in the line.
I did that yesterday with Pia Cayetano. Only yesterday I violated it a bit. I went ahead.
May we recognize Senator Grace Poe?
Senator Grace
She was,
is
first on the
recognized.
list.
Mr. President, as I've said time and again, it's no secret the business and personal relationship our family has had and continues to have with ABS-CBN. And just to make it clear that what we've had so far is not a vote yet on the actual franchise, but an oversight, number one, and now just an agreement of the sense of the Senate with regards to extending the validity of a franchise so that it may be deliberated upon here. More than anything else, this is actually a debate about the powers of the Senate, that we are not supposed to abdicate our right, number one, to be able to conduct oversights in aid of legislation, and number two, that franchises are granted from Congress and the Senate. With that being said, alam naman ninyo si Lola Flora hanggang ngayon nagtatrabaho pa sa ABS-CBN sa pinakamahabang teleserye. Ang aking nanay na si Susan, hindi nanunood si Senator Gordon ng probinsyano. Walang oras dahil nandito tayo palagi. Gayunpaman, ang nanay ko malapit ng mag-80 years old. Para sa kanya, sa yugto ng buhay niyang ito, siya ay maligaya bilang isang senior citizen na may trabaho pa rin. Pero hindi naman sa pagyayabang, ang nanay ko, sa edad niyang yan at sa kanyang stature or estado sa industriya, dahil magaling naman talaga siya umarte, maganda pa rin siya kahit hindi siya nagpapagawa ng muka. Pwede naman siyang makahanap ng trabaho kahit saang network. Dahil iilan-ilan na lang silang natitirang edad na ganyan. Number two, sa pelikula naman ng aking ama, alam naman ninyo na kahit anong format at meron ng mga ibang kumpanya na ngayon pa lang, inaabang ang magsarang ABS para kunin at ipagpatuloy ang kontrata na yan. So, para sa amin, hindi naman ikalulugan ng pamilya na mawala ang franchise, pero ang debating ito ay para sa ibang maapektuhan na maliliit na hindi na ma-absorb sa ibang kumpanya o makakakuha. So ganito na lang po. Yung unang hearing ko, oversight lang yon. Okay? Wala pa yon sa granting ng franchise. Ngayon naman, sense of the Senate, more on the principle that the NTC should provide a provisional permit to operate if a franchise ends in the middle of that Congress. And this is not just for ABS, but for others to come too in the future. Kawawa naman yung mga prangkisa na yon. Pero from here on end, kung sakaling pinalad ang ABS-CBN at magkaroon ng boto sa House at na-transmit dito, I will inhibit myself as chairman of the actual hearing of the franchise, and I will inhibit myself from voting for the approval of that franchise because I'm confident that we will have the votes here of discerning colleagues of ours. Having discerning, ewan ko kung deserving. Ang taong bayan ang magsasabi kung karapat-dapat o hindi lahat tayo naririto. Pero gusto kong magpasalamat kasi doon sa ating oversight na yon, ako talaga ay lumambot ang aking puso sa ating mga kasama na alam natin naman sa umpisa may pag-aalinlangan pero nanatiling bukas ang kanilang isip. Si Senator Bato, ang daming kontrang sinasabi niyan eh. Pero nung sinabi niya, ganun ba? Parang baka mapaboto ko. Hindi ko naman sinasabing boboto siya, pero hindi sinabi, hindi, ayaw ko, hindi niya sinabi yon. Sige, baka sakali, pag-aaralan ko. Si Senator Bongo, nagpakatotoo dahil sinabi ni Pinuno, may sama ba ng loob ang ating presidente? Nilabas niya, kaya nagkaroon ng linaw. So hindi porket na kontra sa umpisa, nakita ko sa ating mga kasama, ipinagbibigyan din naman pala nila ang ating mga debate at diskusyon. Kahit sa oversight, ano bang kapangyarihan ng chairman? Ang kapangyarihan ng chairman ay umupo lang dyan at sabihin, oh, it's your turn, it's your turn. Pero isa lang ako sa boto ng napakarami. So kahit na bumoto pa ako sa isang bagay, kung ayaw nyo naman, hindi yan papasa. So with that, I would like to thank my colleagues here for your support and for keeping an open mind. And Mr. President, for the record, again, when it comes to the actual deliberation of the franchise, I will inhibit myself to one of the members of the Committee on Public Services, but only for the committee dealing with the franchise of ABS-CBN. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we'd like to recognize Senator Ping. He's giving way to Senator Lacson, is giving way to Senator Gordon, or Senator Joel Villanueva first, Mr. President.
Before we recognize the next senator, Mr. President, I just wish to manifest something on the record. Grace, gusto ko rin mapanood si Susan Roses eh. Ngunit mahaba po magsalita ang mga senador, kaya po hindi ko inaabutan.
Was that addressed to one particular senator?
Pinapatamaan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Don't worry, he's not chairing the committee.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Mr. President, I am willing to let go of my short manifestation if the distinguished minority leader would reveal the name of the senator or senators.
Well, Senator Villanueva.
Then I will continue with my manifestation, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to put on record some of the things that I'd like to share with the body. As one of the authors of this resolution, I think today, this afternoon, we prove to ourselves that this institution, this Senate, we are all mindful of our decisions and we are more sensitive with our decisions because we are aware that delays can cause significant consequences. As earlier mentioned, we heard so many times the word sense of the Senate. And I would just like to put on record, whether it's a concurrent or joint resolution or the proposed amendment of Senator Lacson, which is the sense of the Senate, I am more than willing to sign and support that resolution. Why, Mr. President? Because of the 11,071 workers of ABS-CBN, directly or indirectly working at ABS-CBN. In our hearing, Mr. President, I would like to remind all of us, the body, noong pong nagsalita si John Villanueva, hindi ko po siya kamag-anak, kapangalan po ng kuya ko, pero hindi ko siya kamag-anak. When he made mention of the word torture ang mga empleyado ng ABS-CBN. Gabi-gabi, hindi sila makatulog, wala silang peace of mind. And so, Mr. President, I would just like to put on record that I'm here to support the resolution para po sa kanila, para mabigyan sila ng peace of mind, kahit na hindi kasiguruhan na marerenew ang kanilang prangkisa. At least po, Ginoong Pangulo, mabibigyan natin sila ng peace of mind at tulong na tayo dito sa Senado, anuman ang ating kulay ng politika, nagkakaisa po tayo para siguruhin na maaalagaan natin ang ating mga kababayan. So muli, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat at maraming salamat sa ating mga authors ng resolution na ito.
Majority Leader.
Senator Gordon, Mr. President.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, I'd like to ask a few questions for clarificatory purposes lang. As you all know, I will vote for the franchise of ABS-CBN when it comes to the Senate. However, let me just point out that the Constitution is quite clear, and this is not the issue, unless my good friend Senator Dillon cuts me off, that it is just a sense. It is just a sense. I don't want to call it verbal gymnastics, but I call it legal acrobatics, if you will. Now, having said that, Mr. President, I just want to point out that the Constitution clearly says that this is a bill that involves a private bill, and that it must emanate from the lower house. My legal mind tells me that it is a mandate that it must emanate, therefore, from the lower house, because that is their task, and I don't want them to get a pass from us that we are going to preempt that by going on this concurrent resolution. Although, like I said, I'm in favor of the franchise of ABS-CBN. So let me tell you, my legal soul tells me, dapat yung munang lower house ang gumalaw, hindi tayo. But then, of course, we're all politicians here as well, and I use politicians in the good sense of the word. And you can see some of our politicians here have been honest enough to show their transparency. That the Grace Post, they have a business with ABS-CBN. Sani Angara has a business in the sense that his wife is an officer, and so forth and so on. And of course, sino makakalimot kay Ginoong Pinuno? Ayan. And therefore, at least we are all honest in the sense na wala tayong tinatago. That is why I'd like to come up and say here naman, my political sense also tells me to vote, yes, but not because of the employees alone. And here is where Senator Angara was raising his eyebrows a while ago. When I said Subic and Angeles and all that, during the basis of debate, we had hundreds of thousands of people who lost their jobs. The debate is not about jobs. The debate is not about anything. The debate is about a mandate from the Constitution. And doesn't really affect rights right away, but could affect it. And that's why I'm voting for ABS-CBN's franchise, because I think it sends a chilling effect to others. The other thing that I would like to say, if I may, is if we do this, express our sense, and I'm glad Senator Dillon is quite careful about that. When you say it's the sense of the Senate, to let the Telecommunications Commission make the decision without influence from us, it's just a sense from us. I just don't want to make sure, and I want to make it a record, that it is not to be reflected as a way upon which we're cajoling NTC, and it is not a signal later on that will be used again and again when it comes to other stations that may ask for a provisional extension of their franchise. Because that, as you know, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, as we all know, that will lead to corruption. We all know that there are certain people in the lower house that, and I've experienced this myself, who ask for bienes when it comes to extending a franchise. Now, they don't go beyond the reglementary period, lalo na siguro kung provisional extension ang gagawin. So, it can be abused ad absurdum, ad infinitum, if you will. So having said that, Mr. President, I just want to get the assurance from my good colleague, my respected colleague, that this is to be interpreted as this representation humbly stated, not a precedent, but certainly just as it is, very, very good way of putting it, is just the sense of the Senate, not to try and influence the Telecommunications Commission, or for that matter, not to obviate the law, which means that the lower house should be the one to pass on this, and I think they are really reneging on that duty, and that, to be sure, we are still on the right track here in the Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, the majority, Senator Pangilinan.
May I hear a
or
comment from Senator
Lacson.
Drilon?
Senator, yeah. All right.
Comment?
Sabi mo na, obviously.
Mr. President, I think all those issues I responded to in the previous debate with Senator Pimentel. Hindi ko na po hahabaan ang sagot ko ulit dahil gusto ko rin manood kay Mrs. Susan Roses.
Anong oras ba yung kay Susan Roses?
No, but
I don't think he
seriously
knows.
speaking, we have addressed those concerns in the course of our responses to the interpellation of the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro.
Well, are you satisfied? Well, okay. That is the case, and I stand corrected. But I just wanted to be sure that this representation is very clear on this matter, and I wasn't meaning to pose a question, but a statement, and if the Senate Minority Leader feels that it has already been answered, so be it. Thank you very much, Mr.
Now,
President.
Mr. President, certainly we said that these were valid issues raised. We responded to them, and we do not want to clutter the record anymore with these responses. But if the gentleman from Zambales wishes that I again respond, I am willing to do so, Mr. President.
No, yeah, I'm willing to take the word of the gentleman because I want him to make sure he tells me the time so we can watch it together without holding hands. The Susan Roses hour. Thank you. He's not my type.
Senator Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. While the issue of simply adopting a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate instead of a concurrent resolution has been settled or resolved, I would just like to be clarified because the distinguished sponsor mentioned the difference between a concurrent resolution and a joint resolution, that a joint resolution has the force and effect of a law. And I would just like to be clarified because reading the NARS party list versus executive secretary under GR number 21576, I think there is not much difference between a concurrent resolution and a joint resolution anymore because a simple joint resolution of Congress cannot repeal or amend a law as explicitly ruled by the Supreme Court in that regard. So even if we pass a joint resolution, it cannot repeal or amend RA 7966, aka the ABS-CBN franchise law. I would just like to put that on record, Mr. President.
All right. Place that on Senator Pangilinan.
Senator Pangilinan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a very brief manifestation. Mr. President, Article 6, Section 12 of the Constitution provides, all members of the Senate and the House of Representatives shall, upon assumption of office, make a full disclosure of their financial and business interests. They shall notify the House concerned of a potential conflict of interest that may arise from the filing of a proposed legislation of which they are authors. Mr. President, just for the record, this representation is not an author nor a sponsor of concurrent resolutions 6, 7, and 8, and Senate Resolution 344, all tackling the matter of the ABS-CBN franchise. But having said that, Mr. President, my wife, Sharon, is also a contract artist of ABS-CBN, and kahit na po mawala ang ABS-CBN, palagay ko hindi naman hugugutumin ang ating butihing may bahay at kabiyak. Ngunit gaya nga ng nabanggit kanina, yung mga maliliit na mga manggagawa ng stasyon ang maapektuhan, hindi lamang po ito. Ang buong bansa ay maapektuhan pag nawala po ang ABS-CBN dahil milyon-milyon ang umaasa sa ABS-CBN kapag meron pong bagyo, kapag meron pong pagputok ng bulkan, pagka meron pong trahedya o kaya kalamidad. The right to information as well as freedom of the press, Mr. President, is likewise an issue here. Just for the record, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Manny Pacquiao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Totoo po yan, Mr. President. Maraming magugutom din kung magsarado yung ABS-CBN. Maraming mga nagtatrabaho, libo din yan. And also, no bias, Mr. President, yung MPBL ko nasa ABS-CBN. Pero, Mr. President, I think and I believe that we can easily pass the resolution today, since of the Senate, simple resolution. We're not going to use the concurrent resolution because wala naman tayong sinasang-ayunan dahil wala pa naman sa lower house. So, what I'm understanding is concurrent resolution unless kung may sinang-ayunan tayo na i-renew yung franchise, wala man tayong sinasang-ayunan. So, we will use the sense of the Senate, simple resolution that can easily pass today dahil sabi nung mga katabi ko, okay sila sa simple resolution sense of the Senate. So, pwede na siguro tayo magbutan natin, i-approve na dahil para mawala na yung tinatawag natin na torture yung mga mga trabante ngayon sa ABS-CBN dahil kung hindi nila alam kung marirenew o hindi yung franchise nila, matuloy-tuloy yung trabaho nila o hindi. So, yan siguro ang ano natin ngayon. Abang nandito pa tayo bago tayo mag-adjourn. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Ako din po, Mr. President, just a short manifestation. Yung nangyari kay Presidente po noong 2016, nangyari din po sa akin yan ng 2013. During the hearings, I raised this issue up. Wherein nag-placement po ako ng advertising or advertisements at hindi po ininabas at yung refund ay napakatagal. And in fairness to Carlo Katigbak, the President, he knew that I was upset about it. He reached out to me and we discussed, and I poured my heart to them, saying that hindi naman tama yun na mangyari muli. At there is a remedy for this, Mr. President. So much so that if and when the franchise of ABS-CBN arrives here at the Senate, during the period of amendment or during the committee hearings, we can place a section wherein these particular violations will no longer be tolerated or allowed, or it will be a violation of their franchise. So, pwede tayo maglagay ng safety nets and provisions in the franchise, but to necessarily not grant it at this point in time will be unfair to a lot of individuals whose lives depend on ABS-CBN. Sa totoo lang po, Mr. President, as I mentioned during the hearing, pag uwi ko sa bahay, alas 9 ng gabi, nanonood po ako ng World Tonight. Kung hindi ko mahabol, I stay up till 12 midnight to catch the replay. My TV screen is either channel 26 or 27, so I can get updated by the news on hand. And in the absence of that, I know Channel 5 has also a 24-hour news system, but it's on satellite, which I utilize cable so that I also have internet. So kung wala na po yan, anong papanoorin ko? Yung CNN International or BBC International or Al Jazeera na hindi naman siguro para sa atin yan dito sa Pilipinas. So yun lang po. With that, no other members wish to propound any or interpolate or propound any manifestations. I move to close the period of interpellation. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
Mr. President, with that, we open the period of amendments. There is a request by our colleagues to, first of all, consider the resolution as PS resolution or PS resolution. simple resolution expressing the sense of the Senate, authorizing the National Telecommunications Commission to issue a provisional authority to ABS-CBN and its subsidiaries under such term and conditions as the NTC may deem necessary until Congress' final disposition of the franchise renewal bills. So that would be the new...
Can you ask the main sponsor to
Yes, sir, he's
check
nodding.
again the use of the word authorizing?
Or,
I don't think it's the correct intent. If we're merely expressing the sense of the
Mr.
Senate
President.
that the NTC should.
Mr. President, I think
Yeah.
it will be more in keeping with the debates that the substance of the title should, in substance, simply say resolution expressing the sense of the Senate that the ABS-CBN Corporation and its affiliates should continue to operate pending final determination, renewal of its franchise.
That's a much simpler. That's a much
yeah, Mr.
simpler
President,
title.
may I just request the sponsor for a simple amendment to include that ABS-CBN Corporation and its subsidiaries.
Fine, no problem.
That's all, Mr. President.
All right, subject to style.
Yes,
Subject to
Accepted.
yes, sir.
The last manifestation that you made, huh?
Yes.
No authorizing.
No,
Yes.
Mr.
All
President.
right. Any objection? Hearing none. Adopted.
With that, there being no other members who wish to propose amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move to adopt.
Before you do that,
Yes.
just a question. Has any member of the Senate considered the possibility of, to avoid all these issues, go back to the old law that we avoid political ads on television and radio?
That's
Wala
subject
na yung
to,
problemang
yes,
yan.
Mr. President. If there's a bill filed, that would be taken up in the proper committee of the Senate, particularly the Committee on
Electoral reforms.
electoral reforms. Mr.
Perhaps
President.
the committee should consider that. Wala na yung problema na yan.
Yes, Mr. President. With that, Mr.
Senator
President.
Marcos.
Yes.
Well, it was just a question, so you may react, you may not. It's up to you.
Yes, certainly. This will be part of the agenda regarding the new hybrid election system. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And for the record, Mr. President, almost everybody, if not everybody of the Senate, every person, every senator has authored these resolutions with all these 4 resolutions on the table, Mr. President, just for the record. Almost all. Mr. President, with that, I move to adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 6, taking in consideration 7, 8, and 344 as amended, Mr. President.
Subject to style.
Subject to style.
It's a simple resolution.
That's
right?
correct, Mr. President.
All right.
Simple
Okay.
resolution.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Natutuwa po si Senator Ralph Recto because hindi mawawalan ng trabaho yung Star Magic Circle ng ABS-CBN. So, Mr. President, I will move to suspend, Mr. President, so we can have an all-member caucus to discuss other important matters. I so move.
All right. The Majority Leader is inviting everyone and all Senator caucus in the Santos Lounge. Session is suspended for a few minutes.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. After an exciting caucus, we now continue with the job at hand.
Did,
Mr.
did we
President.
not just approve the measure on the good manners and right conduct?
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
we just did, actually. For Senator Sani. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1086 and House Bill number 6312, entitled the Philippine High School for Sports Act.
The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1086 and House Bill number 6312. They are Senator Gatchalian as chairperson, Senator Angara, Senator Cayetano, Senator Bongo, Senator Tolentino, and Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the privileged speech of the distinguished, I'm sorry, my apologies, Mr. President.
Privilege
That's correct.
speech.
Well, yes, that's correct, Mr. President. I'm sorry. I move to resume consideration of the privileged speech of Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan. We are still in the period of interpellation, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished lady senator from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar, to, I believe, interpellate or give a manifestation, Mr. President.
Senator Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to make a manifestation on assistance to farmers during the implementation of the RA 11203 or Republic Act 11203, creating the rice tariffication law, which created the 10 billion Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Additional funds totaling more than 100 billion were also released to aid farmers during the transition to rice tariffication. Last year, farmers started to receive the benefits of the law through seed distribution, credit and extension program. Soon, farm machineries will be distributed to rice-producing towns under the law's mechanization program. The distribution of farm machineries was delayed last year because of the change of leadership in the Department of Agriculture from Secretary Emmanuel Piñol to Secretary William Dar. But SARO BMB E2000011084 was already received for the amount of 5 billion for the 2019 Rice Mechanization Fund. And the SARO also from the 5 billion for 2020 will be released shortly. Aside from the 10 billion RCEP, Land Bank and the DA Agricultural Credit Facility Council implemented the 4.8 billion Expanded Survival and Recovery Assistance Program, or SURE-AID, which provided a one-time loan assistance of 15,000 at zero interest for 8 years. This program helped rice farmers with farms measuring 1 hectare and below whose income were affected by the drop in the farm gate price of palay. Also, for the benefit of smallholder farmers, a 3 billion unconditional cash assistance was implemented. The program was funded by the Department of Finance and provided 5,000 each to 600,000 farmers owning 1 hectare and below. To make sure that the palay produce of local farmers will be bought at a reasonable price, 7 billion pesos was allocated under the National Food Authority to procure palay from local farmers. The 31 billion budget for rice subsidy under the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program was also used to procure rice from local farmers and distributed to beneficiary households. Farmers also receive assistance under the 7 billion National Rice Program, which included provision for hybrid seeds, fertilizer, inbred seeds, irrigation support and rehabilitation, and improvements of small-scale irrigation projects, agriculture machinery, equipment and facility support services, extension services, and research and development. Assistance to farmers were also funded in the National Irrigation Administration worth 36 billion. 1 billion allocation to Philmec Philrice and farm-to-market roads worth 9.9 billion. The improvement of our country's credit rating was also attributed to the enactment of the law, which allowed us to save about 35 billion in interest payments of our government loans from other countries. Improving farmers' competitiveness is not something that we can do overnight. These programs were rolled out to provide a ready market for local rice and deter unscrupulous traders from taking advantage of our farmers in the initial phase of its implementation. Once fully implemented, mechanization will bring down the cost of labor of palay production from 480 per kilo to 120 per kilo. The inbred seed will increase the harvest from 4 metric tons per hectare to 6 metric tons per hectare, thereby increasing the farmer's income by 54%. For year 2019 to 2024, RA 11203 provides for the allocation of 5 billion for the procurement of rice farm equipment to be given out to 947 rice-producing towns in the Philippines at the rate of 5 million per town per year. This includes tractors, tillers, planters, seeders, harvesters, thresher, drying, and milling to be implemented by Philmec. 3 billion was allotted for the distribution and production of inbred seed at the rate of 20 kilos per hectare every planting season to be implemented by the Philippine Rice Research Institute. 1 billion will go to cheap credit with a 2% interest per year to be implemented by the Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines. 1 billion will be used to fund training programs to be implemented by the Agricultural Training Institute, Philmec Philrice at 100 million each per year, and the TESTA at 700 million per year through the Farm School. According to PDIS, or the Philippine Institute of Development Studies, or the PDIS, or PIDS, Philippine Institute for Development Studies, loss to farmers for the year 2019 is 8.22 billion, and the gain to consumer is 4.9 billion for 2019, for a loss to the farmers of 3.32 billion. But that has been covered by the 3 billion unconditional cash transfer to 600,000 farmers owning 1 hectare and below, and covered also by the loan, the Sure Aid loan of 2.5 billion to farmers at 15,000 each farmers for 8 years free of interest. And I want to point out also, in general, it says that the rice tariffication law is a proper program, and it will give benefit to the rice farmers and the consumers in the long run. In fact, additional benefit will be the 36 billion saving on interest from government loans abroad, and due to our higher credit rating, which resulted from the passage of the RTL. And it also resulted to low inflation rate, especially for old food prices, which is 70% of the household expenses. So with that, I want that to be inserted into record of what we have done in the implementation of RA 11203. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
Well, we'd like to thank Senator Villar for the manifestation. I understand after this, the privilege speech will be referred to the Committee on Agriculture, together with the manifestation. And I also understand Senator Villar has a pending resolution that has been referred to the committee. At some point, perhaps, may we request that a committee hearing be heard,
Yeah.
be conducted so that we can validate the report, because this, I understand, is the report of the Department of Agriculture.
Yes, we made that resolution before the end of our session, so we can do it during our break.
Yes. Thank you.
So rest assured that we will do a hearing for the implementation of RCEP during our break.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the good sponsor, to the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yes. Mr. President, I move that we refer the speech, the privileged speech, and the manifestation of privileged speech of Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Francis Pangilinan, together with the manifestation of Senator Villar to the Committee on Agriculture and Food. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we, sponsorship, no? What? I move that we, is it the third item on the agenda? Oh, yes. I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Senate Bill number 1373 and the committee report number 52. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1373 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Check.
Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 1373, an act protecting children by prohibiting and declaring child marriage as illegal and providing programs and penalties thereof.
Okay, sorry. Sponsorship lang naman. Huwag ka na mawala. You don't want to pass your franchises. Mr. President, may we recognize distinguished colleague Senator Risa Ontiveros to sponsor the measure.
Senator Risa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me begin by telling a sad story. Last year, Rappler ran an article about a girl whom they called Fatima. 3 days into the new year of 2019, Fatima woke up to what she thought was any other normal day spent doing household chores and taking care of her younger siblings. Little did she know that before the day would end, she would be married to a distant cousin, 8 years her senior, someone whom she didn't know and hadn't met. At 14 years old, she would become the wife of a total stranger. It was her uncle who sealed the marriage and made the arrangements, and no amount of pleading and bargaining by Fatima and her mother, who had been a child bride herself, could persuade him to undo the agreement. In justifying this decision, the girl's grandmother, the family matriarch, explained that marriage would lighten the burden of her widowed mother Isha, who was left to feed 11 children, some of them adopted, like Fatima. The small sari-sari store she used to own was destroyed during the Marawi siege, and only the meager income from a small vegetable patch was what kept them barely afloat. We all know this isn't a rare occurrence, Mr. President. According to a UNICEF report, 750 million women and girls alive today were married before they reached their 18th birthday. And 2% of this number were married before they even turned 15 years old. Also, the Philippines, with 726,000 child brides, is the 12th highest in the world in terms of absolute numbers. In a 2019 survey by the Oxfam-led Improving Availability of Reproductive Health Services in the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or the ARCHES project, 253, or 24% out of the 1,058 respondents coming from Lanao del Sur, Maguindanao, and the Basulta region were cases of child marriage, and 97% of them were girls. 30 years ago, the Philippines ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which clearly sets the minimum age of marriage at 18 years old. Almost a decade earlier, we also became a signatory to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, which obligates states to ensure full, free, and informed consent of both parties to the marriage. In many an instance where issues concerning children are discussed, we always point to the fact that there are acts that children and young people below the age of 18 are prohibited from undertaking, among them being party to a legal contract, which is exactly what establishes the legitimacy of a marriage. Our usual understanding of the world would point to poverty as the main motivation that drives families to marry off their children at a very young age. Not unlike the case of Fatima, whose family was affected by armed conflict and was pushed deeper into poverty. Many girls like her have suffered the same fate. Internal displacement brought about by armed conflicts and natural disasters has driven impoverished families to greater hardships that many of them seek to somehow be unburdened of mouths to feed and hope that their young daughters would be better off married to someone who could better care for them. Poverty may be among the drivers of child marriages, but there is also a more subtle impulse behind this practice. Child marriage, as part of social norms in communities where it is common, is often the result of entrenched gender inequality. This gender inequality plays a key role in making girls disproportionately affected by this cultural practice. Female children are falsely seen as contributing less to the household and are expected to eventually leave to join the families of their husbands, making them of less value than male children. In a baseline study on violence against women conducted by Oxfam, it was revealed that among the respondents from Maguindanao, social pressure is the main reason why girls enter into marriage early, many of them between the ages of 14 to 17. Mr. President, at a time when we, together with the rest of the world, are slowly making headway in ensuring that young girls are protected and able to reach their full potential as human beings, the existence of child marriages in our country negates these efforts. Child brides are less likely to remain in school, depriving them of economic prospects and other opportunities that an education affords. Girls who get married at a very young age are more likely to experience early childbearing, exposing them to higher pregnancy-related complications, including childbirth-related deaths. I'd like to direct your attention, dear colleagues, to this photo of 3 young girls and 2 baby boys from the Palawan community. To reach their village, one has to travel 5 hours by land from Puerto Princesa City in Palawan to the municipality of Rizal. Then another 1.5 hours from Rizal to the barangay proper, and finally 4 to 6 hours uphill. And if you think the baby boys in the care of the 2 girls are their siblings, I'm sad to tell you that you are mistaken. They are their children. Children having children. All 3 of these girls, aged 13, 12, and 9, were child brides. Distressful, heartbreaking. Just by looking at them, one immediately realizes that this practice has to stop. Medical evidence has also shown that the risk of infant mortality among children of very young mothers is 60% higher than among those born to mothers older than 19. Girls who get married early are also vulnerable to sexually transmitted infections, domestic violence, abuse, and exploitation. These are but some of the implications arising from child marriages, Mr. President. If we continue to allow this to happen to our children, we are essentially robbing them of their right to a childhood. It is with this in mind that the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality wishes to sponsor Senate Bill 1373 under Committee Report 52, entitled Prohibiting and Declaring Child Marriage as Illegal. This bill considers the act of child marriage a public crime and penalizes any person who facilitates and solemnizes this union. Being conscious of existing cultural practices, the bill introduces a culturally appropriate program and services that will be responsive to the needs of those who will be affected by this law. The Department of Social Work and Development shall be the lead duty bearer in the formulation of such program and services and in the implementation of the law. Mr. President, I realize that there might be some apprehension that the bill may be intruding into established and long-held cultural practices. In all humility, allow me to say that I fully understand this anxiety. May I invite you, dear colleagues, to watch a short but heartening video of a young Muslim woman, Hanod Ibrahim, who is an unwavering advocate of ending child early forced marriage.
Paano ba tayo naapektuhan ng child early and forced marriages? Nung mag-umpisa po ako sa projects, nung grade 9 po ako, that was 2 years ago. Actually, wala po akong alam tungkol sa mga cases na child early and forced marriages. Sila po yung nagbigay sa akin ng learnings na hindi po maganda itong ginagawa. Kasi sa amin po, normal na po sa amin na mag-asawa ng maaga. Parang normal na pangyayari na po yun. Hindi na po yun bawal sa amin.
Siyempre, bata pa ako, hindi ko alam kung paano magpatakbo ng isang pamilya.
Tulad ko, gusto ko po bigyan din po ng learnings yung mga kababaihan na wala rin pong alam. Yung hindi po nila alam kung ano po yung masamang mangyayari kapag po napasok sila sa cases ng SEHO. Yung main po kasi na hindi magandang mangyayari sa iyo is yung masisira yung kinabukasan mo. Hindi ko po itigil yung pag-advocate ko, yung magpayo ako ng magpayo hanggang sa maintindihan nila kung ano ba yung cases ng SEPAP. Mas lalo tayong nagkakaroon ng malaking responsibilidad. Ito yung pag-aasawa ng maaga, yung hindi pa tayo umangkong sa 18 taong gulang, nakakapag-asawa na. Ang inspirasyon ko po tuwing nag-advocate ako is yung sarili ko na rin po. Kasi po, ayoko rin mapabilang yung sarili ko sa cases ng SEPAP. Ayoko rin na masira yung pag-aaral ko. Kasi po, gusto ko pong magkaroon ako ng magandang future. Kaya po ako nag-advocate kasi alam ko, marami rin sa aming mga kababaihan, sa aming mga kabataan na gustong makapagtapos at gustong magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan. Kasi yung pangarap mo po yung magbibigay sa'yo ng lakas ng loob na magtagumpay.
As history has time and again demonstrated, any aspect of culture is not static, and neither is it monolithic. Culture can be considered not only as practice, but also as process, a consequence of material and non-material conditions, and a bearer of values. As such, culture continues to evolve, to grow with us, human beings who are fully aware of present realities and necessities, accepting of new knowledge and belated realizations. And among the learnings that we are duty-bound to acknowledge is that our children are our future, and all that we do must be in their best interest. Bago po ako magtapos, Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko lang kilalanin ang mga advocates mga girl defenders na narito ngayon, mula pa sa malayo ang iba, na walang kapagurang itinataguyod ang pagpasa sa panukalang batas na ito. Oxfam, Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development, Al-Mujadila Development Foundation, Lanao del Sur, Unifil Maguindanao, Philippine Business for Social Progress, mga taga-barangay Kulyat, World Vision, Forum for Family Planning, She Decides, at iba pang mga girl defenders. Marami pong salamat, Mr. President. Mabuhay ang ating mga minamahal na batang babae. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the distinguished sponsor and the committee chair of Committee on Women and Children Family Relations. I move that we refer the speech of the lady senator to the Committee on Women. Oh, that's right. Sorry, sponsorship. Kala ko privilege speech. My apologies. It's been a long day. Yeah, so congratulations, and we suspend consideration of the measures so that we can take this right up hopefully next week and approve it on second reading.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1318. This is an act amending Republic Act 10068 of the Organic Agriculture Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
We are in the period of interpellation. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to interpellate our distinguished Senator Francis.
Senator Villar is recognized to sponsor the measure, and Senator Kiko Pangilinan to interpolate on the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, good sponsor. Yesterday, we began our interpellation on this measure, and we would like to thank Senator Villar for allowing us to continue with our interpellations this afternoon. We support this measure. We see the need for greater support for our organic agriculture in the country. Yesterday's interpellation showed that there is much to be done in terms of being able to ensure that we are able to cover more ground in this advocacy. Mr. President, my understanding of the measure in terms of the significance of the amendments, a major or a significant feature of the amendment or the amendment to the Organic Act is the introduction of the participatory guarantee system. This is not present in the existing law, and this is now being introduced, the participatory guarantee system. Is that not right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Prior to this, the current law as it stands, you do have a certification process, but it is limited to a third party or first party or second party accreditation or certification setup. And this has, as I understand from the interpellation yesterday, has proved to be a stumbling block, a hurdle that has to be overcome if we are to be able to get more interest in organic farming in the country. Is that not right?
Yes, third-party certification is very expensive.
Yes.
It ranges from 100,000 to 150,000 a year. So we are doing this, amending for us to do this participatory guarantee system so that small farmers can have their certification at the price of 600 to 2,000 pesos.
Yes. Also, as I understand it, the existing law empowers the
community,
empowers the BAF, the Bureau of
Agriculture and Fisheries Standard.
Yes, empowers the BAF to accredit the certification bodies. Yes. Correct. That is the old law.
Yes.
Yes. The amendments to the law would like to provide or would like to empower the BAF not just to accredit, but also to certify.
Yes.
In other words, the power of certification, which was given to a first party, second party, or third party system, sa kanila po yung certification, accreditation lang ang ginagawa ng BAF sa lumang batas.
BAFs can also do certification.
Yes, sa lumang
But,
batas, I mean sa existing law,
but in the new law, pwede rin siya, but may tatlong grupo na pwedeng mag-certify
yes,
also.
yes. That would be one of the concerns because whereas before the BAF was merely to accredit and the authority and the power to certify would be separate. Now we have the BAF both empowered, at least the proposed bill says that the BAF this time will now have the power not only to accredit, but also to certify the OCB and the PGS.
Yes, accredit and certify, and at the same time, accredit 3 institutions to do the certifying in addition.
Yes, so the authority and the power of accreditation still lies with the BAF, but in addition to accreditation, it can also begin, or it also now being empowered to make a certification. We raise that concern because there may come a point wherein you may have a PGS either being certified by the OCB or, in the alternative, being certified by the BAF.
Yes.
Is it a possible scenario or situation wherein hindi na aprobahan ng BAF yung certification, tapos pupunta siya sa OCB?
Hindi, yung OCB, pwede na rin sila mag-certify.
Yes.
Pareho na sila ng BAPS pag na-certify sila, na-accredit sila ng BAPS.
Yes, kasi dati, maliwanag, ang kapangyarihan ng BAF,
Yung conflict.
accreditation lang. Ibang usapin ang certification. My fear, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, is are we not creating a possible situation wherein there may be a conflict? Ikaw na ang nag-accredit, tapos ikaw rin ang mag-certify. Should we not keep the line separate? Ang kapangyarihan ng BAF ay accreditation lamang at yung dagdag na certification hindi lamang sa first, second, or third party system, dagdagan natin ng OCB certification at PGS certification. Baka kasi magkaroon ng sitwasyon na hindi pinayagan ng OCB, kaya pupunta ako sa BAFs. O kaya
Hindi po. Maybe you can make that amendment later on, that the BAF is the certifying body. It's okay with the accreditation, and the certifying will be the 3 agencies.
Okay, that would be good. Thank you for that clarification. And therefore, during the period of amendments, we will introduce the said amendments. We have a question on page 2 of the proposed bill. It says here, certification is the procedure by which a government agency or an organic certifying body, we will amend that because now it will just be the organic certifying body, provides written or equivalent assurance the core participatory guarantee system groups conform to agricultural standards as provided in this act. Ang naging karanasan kasi dati ay napakahirap din ng certification, nagtatagal. Meron bang panahon na dapat matapos ang certification, halimbawa?
Pwede rin. Mga gano'n katagal? O, di maglagay tayo ng 60 days. We can amend that it should be not longer than 60 days.
Okay, so during the period of the amendment, we can introduce that. And how long is the certification valid?
1 year. 1 year.
Yes, this also, distinguished sponsor, may be a concern because baka kulang ang 1 year sa certification.
No,
I mean, kulang. Baka masyadong
Anyway, if you are not changing your system, there is no problem. It's a good thing also for the certifying body to check if they are consistent with what they're doing. Oh, that's parang yung renewal is also a control to see to it that those certified are doing what they have to do.
Yes, perhaps if perhaps during the period of amendment, kung willing po ang ating sponsor, sa halip na 1 year, baka pwede nating gawing 2 years. Ang dahilan po dyan ay meron tayong naging feedback na hindi madali ang naging matagal ang certification, na katatapos lang ng certification, tapos na rin o halos matatapos na yung 1 year.
No, the start would be after the certification. It's a general rule kasi sa International Federation of Organic Agriculture Movement that it should last for 1 year.
For 1 year?
Yes, oo. Kasi gusto rin nila may check every year. Oo. Para tayo, we will live up to the standard of the movement. Oo. Because they were the ones who taught us that we can do this. And that is how they do it every year.
So wala ho tayong template na mas mahaba sa 1 year yung validity ng certification.
Wala eh. Yun ang parang practice. Anyway, the certification is just 600 to 2,000, which they can really afford. This is a cheap way of certification, so I don't think it will be a problem. Alam mo naman, sa Pilipinas, medyo pasaway din tayo. Mabuti rin na chine-check every year if they are doing what they're supposed to do. Mahilig tayong magpalusot eh.
Sige po. We go on to another point. Ang naging isa sa problema dito sa certification and accreditation process, kaya nga 65 pa lang ang accredited and certified.
I think it's mahal. Kaya hindi nag-ano. Kasi if you're just a small farmer, how can you afford that kind of certification?
Yes, it is expensive and that is correct. Immediately, talagang you exclude small farmers.
Yes.
Although I also understand, mahaba yung listahan ng mga requirements. Kaya yun ang concern natin in terms of the time in
I
motion.
think the requirements are in the law. So we will, if you feel that the requirements are too hard, maybe you can introduce amendments later.
Sige
It's
po.
indicated in the law, di ba?
Dahil may kopya ho kami nung
Di ba may nakalagay?
mahaba lang ho kasi at very tedious yung proseso ng certification and yung accreditation. So we probably have to, during the period of amendments, again, see how we can shorten the process.
Meron dito eh. Yeah, you will be very welcome. You can send us your ideas and then we will incorporate in the final version of the bill.
Yes, my concern really, distinguished sponsor, is that how can we prevent a repetition of the past 10 years, wherein apart from expensive, mabusisi ang pag-certify, mahaba ang proseso. Alam naman natin po, ang mga magsasaka natin, hanggat maaari, hindi aalis ng sakahan yan. Inaalagaan ho niya yung tanim niya araw-araw.
But the one who will certify a part of the industry, so I don't think they will make it hard for them. Because these are core PGS group, which are practitioners also, who are practitioners also, the LGUs. There is an association of LGUs in the Philippines doing what you call organic farming. And I think they would want to certify as many as possible because these are mayors.
Yes, it is all.
And of course, any private organization can be certified to do certification.
Yes, we understand that precisely with the community and stakeholders now involved. it would be to their best interest
Yes.
na hindi bumagal.
Because they are part of the certifying body also, the communities.
At dahil dito, interesado silang lumaganap ang organic farming,
Yes.
siyempre, uunahin nila, huwag patagalin. Basta tama lang ang proseso.
I think as part of the amendment, we will include also what we can do to help them. So when it comes to the budget, we will just indicate where the budget should go that would help the organic farmers be able to attain certification.
Yes. Dito po sa usapin ng page, walang page eh. The third page, organic certifying body. In the current law, wala hong taon na
Kaya nga.
dito ho nilalagay ngayon yung taon. A core group, PGS group seeking to become an organic certifying body shall first be certified by BAFS as compliant with organic agriculture standards and without any infraction for the past 3 years. Dati wala sa batas yung requirement na dapat compliant and no infraction for 3 years. May we know why this is now being placed as a requirement?
This one kasi, it says, by experience from other places which implemented PGS. PGS will shorten farm certification by at least 50%. Ibig sabihin sa ibang countries that did this, may experience sila na umiikli ang pagsa-certify. And I think maybe we can consider that. But I think since we are doing this for the first time, we should be very careful that it will not be abused also. That we will be certifying farms which are not really following the rules, because that will destroy the image of organic farming in the Philippines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
We should try this, and maybe we can indicate in the law that if we are successful, the BOPs will have the authority to make it shorter and the certification longer.
Yes. Ang magiging concern lang po kasi dito sa 3 taon without infraction, ibig sabihin po nito, dapat 3 taon muna nag-ooperate ang isang farm na walang infraction sa mga standard bago siya ma-certify. Yun po ang ibig sabihin ho nun. Therefore, kung maipasa yung batas bukas, kailangan maghanap o ipakita na doon sa mga certified existing, siguro madali. Pero yung gustong mag-apply, sa 3 taon pa, bago po sila ma-certify. Baka medyo mahaba ho ata yun. Maybe it should be maybe 1 year, or maybe let the BOPs decide what year, how many. Mga instances ho kasi halimbawa, baka naman inobserbahan, nagkaroon ng inspection, nakita na talagang organic siya.
Certifying siya 3 years.
Pero hindi 3 years. Dapat ho yun, ma-certify na. Medyo mahaba kasi ho yung 3 taon. Baka ho yun ay maging dahilan na hindi na rin mapursige.
Kailangan 3 years. Pero yung farm can be anytime. Based on our conversation, yung magiging certifying body lang, you have to practice it for 3 years. Oo. Para ikaw maging certifying body. Pero yung farm na isa-certify mo, hindi kailangan yung 3 years. Kasi ikaw mamamahala to certify, you have to prove your worth.
Yes. Meron ho atang...
So, ang 3 years lang yung certifying body. If you want to be accredited as a certifying body, you have to practice organic farming for 3 years. Pero yung mga magpapa-certify lang sa'yo later on, they don't have that requirement.
In other words, if the PGS wants to certify, it has
To be
to
a
have...
certifying body,
Yes, wants
you
to have the power to
practice it
certify.
for 3 years. Oo. Pero yung mga isa-certify mo lang, hindi ganun na requirement. Mas mahigpit do sa certifying body.
So this does not...
In the meantime, if you cannot yet be certified by BOPS because you don't have a record of 3 years, then BOPS will do it itself. Oo.
So the certifying body...
May transition.
Yes. So the certifying body
Ang mas mahigpit.
can certify a farm even if the farm has not been, for example, an organic farm for...
Oh, hindi
Kasi
3
ngayon
years
ata,
ang
5 years
requirement.
eh.
Oo.
May mga 5-year requirement before you
No.
can...
Yung lang farm, hindi. Yung certifying body kasi he has a lot of power. We make sure that he is really working and he is really practicing what he's preaching. Oo. Parang dun lang mahigpit sa certifying body.
So, so a basic question is, meron na ho bang certifying body ngayon na may 3-year experience para pag napasa na itong batas na to,
Marami daw. Marami.
pwede na silang mag-certify? In other words, hindi ba...
Kasi one of the certifying body that can do certification is local government. So matagal na yung Association of Local Governments practicing organic farming. Today, there is an association, they always have a get-together. I attend their get-together, and I have attended for more than 3 years.
Yes. But have they been...
Ano? No.
So,
Mayor.
will it apply therefore to this local government organization that...
Tatlo ang pwedeng maging certifying body, di ba?
Yes, pero yung certifying body po na yun, na yung local governments, sino ang magsasabing 3 years na siyang walang infraction?
BOPS pa rin. Inspectionin siya. Pero
For-
they have a history.
Pero as I understand, during the interpellation yesterday, medyo sketchy yung ating data. No? So, baka ang mangyari po rito, dahil nga may 3-year requirement para dun sa local governments that have, baka hindi
Today, there are practitioners already, 3 national, 8 provincial, 1 city, 15 municipalities, and 14 barangays.
So this...
Nationwide, we have this.
Okay, so all these bodies, once this law is passed, will pass the requirement that they have already had
Some of them, yes.
no
Ito
infraction
nga,
for 3 years, or will there be an entirely new process of identifying this?
May audit ang BOPS eh. I-audit nila. And there are many practitioners already. Oo. So it's a matter of auditing how long they have been in existence. If they have passed the 3 years, then they can be accredited now as a certifying body.
So ibig sabihin retroactive, meaning
Yes,
pag
retroactive.
naipasa ngayon,
Yung mga nagpa-practice na before.
na meron ng
History.
5 taon
Oo.
at walang infraction,
Yes.
hindi na pwede nang
Hindi
i-accredit.
ng 3 years.
Hindi na kailangan ng 3 years, ma-accredit na sila.
Oo. Parang sinasabi, basta may 3 years experience ka, it doesn't say na ngayon, starting today. Basta may 3 years experience ka. So yung matatagal na can be accredited.
For the past 3 years. Maybe we just have to clarify
Yes, we will. In
the
the
language.
wordings of the law.
Yes, we will think of how to make it clearer so that
If you have been practicing before, that could count for the 3 years.
Yes, so that has to be clarified. Otherwise, baka ho ma-interpret yung batas na 3 taon dapat from the time of the passage of the law.
We will not because we want to promote. So we will not make the law a hindrance to the promotion of organic farming.
Yes. So halimbawa po, nakalagay po dito sa line 31 and 32 of the same page, any private 29 actually, any private group or organization actually engaged in organic agriculture for the past 5 years, either as a direct organic farm producer, that's the farmer, as a promoter, advocate of the ways, methods, and principles of organic agriculture, ibig sabihin, not necessarily a farmer, pwedeng promoter, advocate, or as a marketer. Ibig sabihin, yung nagtitinda, tama ba yun? Halimbawa, healthy options of organic agriculture produce may also apply
Yes, yes.
to become an organic.
Merong nakalagay dito na value chain. Part of the value chain. Because we want to promote also the marketing.
Yes. So ang ano dito, itong mga ito pupunta sa BAF,
Yes.
hihingi ng accreditation.
Yes, yes.
Of course, yung accreditation may requirements nga.
Yes, yes. And I guess the store should be purely organic, di ba? Hindi halo-halo. Diba?
And again, maybe we should put a timetable as to the accreditation process, just to reiterate.
Yeah.
Uh,
We're willing to do that.
And maybe we will look at the language of...
60 days also.
yes, yes.
Sa standard 60 days.
Dito po sa just a few steps back, ma'am. Take a few steps back. Yung BAFs ngayon, ilan po ang tao, ilan po ang staff complement ng BAFs sa buong Pilipinas?
31 plantilla positions and then job order ilan? Uh, 31 with plantilla position, 10 with inorganic job order. But if we're going to promote it, we can increase the capability.
Yes, I think we
Kaya
should.
nga we're doing this law so we can increase their capability.
Yes, I think
Because
we should.
it's the first time yata na BAPS ang magte-take over. Oo. First time na mag-PPGS ang BAPS. Before, basta sila lang.
Yes.
But now we have a PGS. Oo.
And malawak po yun. Dahil
Yes.
lumalabas dito.
But they have 550 million budget. Maybe we can review the budget and the program. It's the same thing. The program of organic agriculture, the National Organic Agriculture Program, they have a 550 million budget. So maybe in this law, we can provide what to do with the 550 million to help also the certification.
Kasi po, well, accreditation yung gagawin ng BAF. So, and under the proposed bill, each municipality actually can have a PGS.
Yes, yes.
That's 1,500 plus municipalities.
Yes.
But even that is just the minimum. I mean, hypothetically, you can have more PGS.
More in each municipality.
And obviously, with 31 plantilla positions accrediting all
Still,
these municipalities, hindi kakayanin.
We want to make amendment to the law with regards to the budget also.
Yes,
So
yes.
that we can have, before we haven't reviewed their budget, but now we are reviewing the budget on where the budget should go.
Kasi dito po ata sa batas amendments, wala hong additional budget. No?
That's why I told, as we try to go into the details of the law, I deemed it good that we should touch on the budget.
Yes, yes.
As part of the development of organic agriculture.
Perhaps during the period of amendment,
Yes,
we can
yes.
again include...
That would be a committee amendment, and if you want to comment on that, then you can make an individual amendment.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Dito po sa GPS...
PGS.
PGS.
GPS.
Yung aking mga anak kasi mahilig sa cellphone. Kaya,
Mahilig sa GPS yung mga tao.
Paano ho mapopondohan itong mga... Again, talking of budget, no? The core PGS group. Kasi kasama sa trabaho ho nila, conduct inspection and certification activities initiate key field trainings, take action on default non-compliance. How will they fund this, ma'am?
Yeah, when I reviewed the National Organic Program, Agriculture Program, they have allotment in 2012, 927 million. In 2013, 888. 2014, 858 million. 2015, 622 million. 2016, 634 million. 2017, 817 million. 2018, 802 million. 2019, 545. Parang lumiit lang nitong 2019 at 2020. And when I look at where they put the money, I guess we can find a lot to be used for this PGS. So we'll review that and we will make a committee amendment on how the budget will be spent so that we can promote PGS and organic agriculture.
Yes, maraming salamat. Dito po sa page 5, ito pong small farmer fisher folk, may mga numero ho rito. Baka ho dapat we might suggest some amendments. Dahil sabi po niya, letter W, line number 2, small farmer fisher folk refer to those utilizing not more than 5 hectares of land as agricultural crop, including rice and corn, and aquaculture producers, and as poultry livestock raisers with not more than the following. Kapag poultry ho, not more than 1,000 o layers or 5,000 broilers. So, kung mas mataas doon, hindi na small farmer yon. Kung mas mababa,
Because that is the definition of land bank.
yes.
Of small farmers. We just follow the definition of land bank. So
Yes.
if you want to make changes here,
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
welcome to make changes.
Yes,
But we patterned it after land bank, the definition of small farmers.
Yes, kasi po yung native pigs na 30 heads, palagay ko ang small farmer kaya yan hanggang 50 hanggang 100 heads. Small farmer pa
Small
rin ang
pa ba yun?
classification. Mababa ho yung
Medyo
30.
mahirap ata yun.
Pero pagka backyard farm ho, kami ho may
Because
backyard farm.
remember, a typical size of backyard farmer is 1 hectare, di ba? 1
Yes.
hectare.
Yes.
So sometimes they just don't do all livestock. They do also crops kasi ang pinakakain na sa livestock ng backyard farmers would be the crops.
Yes.
O tinuturuan sila na magtanim ng certain high protein grass para ipatkain doon sa kanilang mga alaga. So that makes it profitable for them.
Kaya ko lang nabanggit yung native pigs na 30 heads kasi yung isang member ng staff ko po meron ho siyang 60 heads. Sabi niya hindi na daw siya kasama dito. Pero ano lang yun?
Kasi ito ang definition ng land bank
So we can probably raise that, ma'am.
Maybe you can make
Yes.
changes here.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We will do that at the right time. Dito po sa usapin ng yes, yung core PGS. That's next. This one first. Just a question on the, this is Section 8, Participatory Guarantee Systems, PGS. Basic principle, sabi po niya, the PGS shall be the mechanism by which small farmer fisher folk, their associations, etc., and their products shall be certified as engaged in organic agriculture as producers of organic agriculture products, period. The participatory organic certification from the organic certifying bodies organized in accordance with the Act shall be promoted and accepted, period. The products certified by these groups shall be traded only in the domestic market.
Yeah, because PGS is for domestic. It is being used for domestic for smallholder farmers. It's not used for international. For international, you have to do third-party certification. But if you are in PGS for certified by PGS for the last 5 years, then you are entitled to be given the subsidy to do yung international certification. So meron din pong parang binibigay ang gobyerno na incentive. If you have been doing it for 5 years and you have been certified for 5 years, then bibigyan ka na niya ng subsidy to do third-party certification, which is accepted in the international market.
Yes, because we want to promote export.
Yes, yes. Kaya nga dito, ang provision nito, may subsidy. Pag naka5 taong ka na, then they pay for your international certification.
Yes.
May premyo ka for
Bakit
doing
po
it.
5 taon? Bakit hindi ho 3 taon? O kaya 2 taon? Kung
Siguro,
halimbawa,
2 taon naman, napakaliit to prove yourself, di ba?
O
Baka
kaya-
remember, this is international. We don't want na pupunta sa international yung mga fake.
yes,
So
I
that's why
understand.
we have to be a little strict about this. At saka usually, it will take that time for a small farmer to be a medium size. Kasi if you have been in business, you know that you start small and it will take you time para ma-achieve mo yung mag-e-export ka. Diba? Expertise din yan eh.
Ma'am, I'm not familiar with the status of Costales Farm. Are they accredited to export?
Hindi yata. Costales Farm is a farm school, di ba?
Meron ho silang organic vegetables they sell locally?
Lettuce daw,
Yes.
lettuce daw.
But are they, would they,
Hindi yata sila.
are they accredited
No,
by
hindi.
a third party?
Nakakaawa nga kasi nakaaway pa yung mayor, ayaw bigyan ng permit eh.
Nabanggit ko nga ho kay Senator Villar yan na paano natin tutulungan yung
Kasi inaway niya naman yung mayor, di ba, rule of business, never fight with City Hall. Diba?
So,
Hindi siya kumukuha ng permit sa City Hall eh. Dinagalit yung mayor. Tapos nabalita pa siyang baka kumandidato siyang mayor, lalong gumrabe.
lalong naghigpit. I raised that question because
Off the record daw po, kaya lang, I'm just explaining what
so
right off the record.
So if well, let's use another example. Again, hypothetical. Gourmet farms. I don't know if they.
Yeah, gourmet farms.
I'm not sure if they're accredited as organic. But assuming lang, hypothetically, hindi sila sumama, malakas silang kumpanya, hindi sila sumama sa GPS, PGS, hindi sila,
GPS.
hindi sila sumama sa...
I think ang mga nag-e-export yung nagpo-process, di ba? Pero yung parang except for fruits maybe. Oo, fruits, vegetable, hindi.
Kasi
Hindi
mahirap
tayo
nga,
marunong.
mahirap ang handling. Sige, I will go to another subject, ma'am.
Hindi, meron tayo fruits, banana, pineapple. Pero marami process, di ba? We
Yes, ma'am.
export processed goods. So, coming from our farms. So, like for example, yung mga malalaking farms, malalaking processing, like they pinapa-subcontract nila sa mga Pilipino yung pag-produce ng farm, ng mga fruits and vegetable, and they do the processing and they do the selling abroad.
Yes.
Like yung malalaking kumpanya sa Mindanao. Yeah.
Ma'am, dito po
Except,
sa...
I think, banana and banana.
Yes. Ma'am, dito sa usapin po nung, again, yung PGS, that's page 11, line 18, certification, letter C. The BAF shall provide the guidelines for the certification of farms pursuant to the provisions of this act. A farmer, farm owner wanting for certification as an organic agriculture practitioner shall apply for said certification with a core PGS group the farm owner chooses to be a member of, or with an accredited organic certifying body in the same municipality city. Ibig sabihin po, ang PGS has to be in the same city or municipality. Because baka dapat ho province. Because halimbawa sa ang gourmet farms nasa Silang, pero nagbebenta siya sa Tagaytay. So baka ho magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na yung mga kliyente nila na nasa iba namang, nasa karatig lungsod o karatig bayan, pero hindi sa municipality. So it might be limiting lang po. Baka mahirapan din po na baka kulangin sa isang municipality, pero merong sa adjacent municipality or in the same province. So maybe during the period of amendments, we can propose some amendments to at least include perhaps a province or adjacent province. Para ho...
No, I don't think adjacent province is because the idea of this PGS is you are in a community and then you are watching over yourself, each other. So you must be near so they can monitor if you are following the rules or not.
So at least within the province, ma'am, kasi the same province. I understand kung ibang probinsya, di dalawang local government pa ang kausap mo, etc. Pero also, I understand when it's
I
province-wide.
think we can limit it to a province.
Yes.
But beyond that, parang malayo na baka hindi mabantayan
Yes, adjacent
Towns,
adjacent towns
Yeah.
within the province.
Yes, within the province.
Diba?
Yes.
Also, I think that would also do well in terms of streamlining kasi
Yeah.
bawat probinsya may kanya-kanyang programa.
Oo.
So, meron silang economies of scale din
Yes, yes.
sa provincial
I think we
level.
should limit it to adjacent towns in the province.
Yes. So, at the right time, we will introduce the proposed amendment. Yes, I guess the others are also related to that question. We also answered the question of funding. Meron po ba dyan? Alin yan? May we have a minute suspension?
Yes.
Session is suspended.
Sa bagay, maganda din naman. Hindi naman lahat ng ginawa natin tama.
Clarify lang yan. Siguro yung wording, no? Yes, ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Yes, another question would be on the terminology used,
What page?
page 10, line 31, ma'am. Yung legal personality, the term legal personality has a legal, meaning and has been used repeatedly in Supreme Court rulings, in lower court rulings. Baka ho lang magkaroon ng confusion kasi dito sinasabi, legal personality. The core PGS group shall be registered with the municipality under which it exists. It shall secure a mayor's permit from said municipality, possession of which shall suffice as proof of registration and the grant of legal personality for whatever transaction. Maybe we should wordsmith this for whatever transaction it may enter into in the PGS. Because merong legal definition po ang legal personality na not necessarily limited to precisely itong PGS transaction, etc. So at the right time we will propose some wordsmithing lang dito po sa nomenclature and the choice of words. Okay? Yun na lang po, ma'am. I guess we will work on the areas of amendments that we will...
Yes. And if you have additional amendments that you see in the course of the readings, then we can all include that in the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
So, we have no further questions. We would like to end our interpellation, Mr. President. Thank you to the distinguished sponsor.
Oh, Kiko. Yeah, meron siya.
Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, to allow our colleagues some more time to study the measure, we move to suspend Senate Bill number 1318. So,
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
si Alternative Learning Center, Alternative Learning Center lang yung system. The yung franchises, ano, di ba? Second reading din siya. Yes. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1365 on the committee report number 51. This is the alternative learning systems.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
We recognize our sponsors, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpolate, I believe, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized to sponsor the measure. And to interpolate, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Ikaw na, tapos na. Ikaw na yata, Reese. We recognized you. To interpolate this one. Alternative learning system. Sige. So, dito, Frank, you have questions? Siya in charge. Okay. Mr. President, with the permission and my apologies to the good sponsor, I believe Senator Risa is supposed to propound some questions to the sponsor, but she will be ready by Monday, Mr. President.
I can present lang concepts. Nandito na yung
But yes, but we'd like to recognize once again the sponsor to be able to propound some concepts for our illumination, Mr. President, of the body today. So we recognize Senator Gatchalian.
Senator Win is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you very much for the opportunity to enlighten the body on the concepts and the rationale why this representation is sponsoring and pushing for this measure, Mr. President. I would like to just present to the body, Mr. President, the rationale. And I have a short PowerPoint presentation, Mr. President. Okay. Mr. President, the clicker is not working, but I'll just go to slide 2, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the course of our hearing, Mr. President, we found out that there are 24 million Filipinos who have not finished any, who have not finished any basic education, or who have at least completed some form of basic education, Mr. President. And another 2.4 million children, Mr. President, aged between 5 to 14, who are not in school, who quit school, Mr. President. And this is actually a perfect complementary bill to the earlier bill that Senator Hontiveros sponsored on the child marriage bill, because a lot of these early marriages, Mr. President, they stop schooling. And when they stop schooling, ALS is the perfect mechanism to enable them to go back to school, Mr. President. On slide 3, Mr. President, this 26.4 million Filipinos who did not finish any basic education represents about 24% of our total population.
So 1/4 of our population, Mr. President, did not finish any basic education whatsoever, Mr. President. And on top of that, on slide 4, Mr. President, even though our dropout rate has been constantly going down, we still have dropouts in elementary, in elementary, Mr. President. And in slide number 5, even though again dropout rates have been going down in the secondary level, we still have students dropping out, Mr. President. So ibig sabihin, Mr. President, we still have students who do not complete basic education, and a lot of them either go to work directly, a lot of them either seek employment directly because of poverty and economic reasons, Mr. President. And in slide 6, Mr. President, these are the reasons why we have dropouts, Mr. President. And we see that 37% of dropouts, either they marry early or they have kids, Mr. President. And again, this is a perfect complementary bill to the advocacy of Senator Riza Ontiveros on teenage pregnancies and also on child marriages, Mr. President. And Mr. President, another rationale on slide 15, Mr. President, and I just want to put on record, Mr. President, sorry, on slide 18, I want to put on record, Mr. President, that the ALS is an orphan. No? The ALS program is an orphan because it doesn't have a definite home, Mr. President. Considering the gravity that there are almost 26 million Filipinos who did not finish any basic education, Mr. President, we need to have certain policies to address this issue, Mr. President. So just to put on record the chronology of events, Mr. President, the Bureau of Non-Formal Education was created in 1987, and then it was renamed to Bureau of Non-Formal Education. It was renamed to Bureau of Alternative Learning System in 2004. But in 2015, it was merged to other bureaus, Mr. President, rendering the disappearance of the Alternative Learning System Bureau. So, Mr. President, we, with the gravity of this problem of our country, it behoves upon me that we need a definite bureau or a certain bureau in the DepEd to address this issue, Mr. President. And in 2019, finally, the DepEd created a task force. But this is only a task force, Mr. President. So the task force can be dissolved, can be, again, removed. So, Mr. President, the rationale of this bill is to institutionalize the alternative learning system. One of the key features of this bill is to give the alternative learning system a definite home through the Bureau of Alternative Learning System, so that this bureau will address the problems of the 24 or the 26 million Filipinos who are denied of basic education, and also address the literacy problem of our country, Mr. President. So, in short, Mr. President, we have a big problem because 24 million Filipinos didn't finish any basic education, and this bill aims to address that issue by institutionalizing the ALS program, Mr. President. So let me put that on record, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the efforts of our dear colleague and the chairman of the Committee on Basic Education. Truly, it's much needed. It's needed to be institutionalized. Many of my constituents in Bukidnon and Northern Mindanao never got to finish high school, and they would like to continue because of the free tertiary education, so that they can go back and even finish college. And this is one way of doing this. So we support his move to institutionalize.
I love the efforts of the good majority floor, because I know for a fact that he's been putting up tech-voc training centers in Bukidnon to address the extreme poverty cases in Bukidnon. And unfortunately, before you can enter the tech-voc or the tertiary education system, you need to have ALS. No?
Yes.
Because if you have quit basic education at an early age, tech-voc and also tertiary schools will not accept you.
Yes.
No? So ALS is the bridging mechanism for this
Yes.
for this youth or even adults to go into TechVoc or tertiary education system. And this is a anti-poverty
Yes.
program, and the good
Absolutely.
majority floor leader knows this very well because he's been instituting a lot of reforms in Bukidnon.
Yes, especially on the extension campuses of our state universities and colleges, placing it all over. And
And
we are
that's-
with you 1,000%.
And the
Mr.
poverty
President.
rate in Bukidnon has
Dropped
dramatically
by from 53% to 31%, so we dropped to almost 22% in 3 years. So we're trying to continue the downtrend, but what we can see really, if we focus on education, it will really make a big dent on the poverty rates.
correct, Mr. President. So again, this is not only a second chance bill for those who did not finish basic education, but it's also an anti-poverty bill
Yes.
to address extreme poverty in various provinces of our country. Mr.
And
President.
we'd like to put on record, to take note, Mr. President, that Valenzuela City has one of the best educational centers of Metro Manila in the country. I've seen their state-of-the-art facilities. It's amazing.
Thank you, Mr.
Some-
President. And ALS is also one of the programs that we put a lot of effort in. With the migration of workers from the provinces, we found out that a lot of our laborers did not finish high school or even elementary. So again, by offering ALS, this is a mechanism for them to finish high school and enable them to go back to college or even take up TechVoc, to enrich their talents, Mr. President. And I think the best model that we can have is no other than our colleague, Senator Manny Pacquiao, but he's not with us right now. But he's also an ALS graduate in year 2007, and then after he got his equivalency examination, he went to pursue college, and now he's taking up his master's, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Truly laudable. Yes, we'd like to recognize Senator Risa, Mr. President.
Senator Risa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of the good sponsor and prior to my interpellation of this bill next week, I'd just like to express my appreciation to the good sponsor for pointing out the overlaps between our concerns for alternative learning systems and addressing some of the conditions that impact on, as he very kindly mentioned, another major concern of ours on child marriages. Tawag pansin talaga, Mr. President, in the graphics presented by the good sponsor earlier, that a full 37% of the young people who would need this alternative learning system are already living under the pressures of either early child marriage or other family problems or challenging situations. I also appreciate the concern of this bill for adults, since we are promoting lifelong learning, whatever stage in life, and also the concern of this bill for children in special extreme cases, remembering, for example, the concern of internally displaced mothers in evacuation centers out of the Marawi siege, really concerned that their children should go back to school para hindi lamang makumpleto yung edukasyon, pero matugunan yung resentment, yung trauma nila about their education, their whole lives having been disrupted, and therefore in that way also susceptible to recruitment by the very groups that we want to keep our children away from, to include the terrorist group. So thank you, good sponsor, and thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to commend also Senator Risa for addressing the issues of our vulnerable, the most vulnerable. And she made mention of the case in Marawi. Marami ho talaga na-displaced doon. Hindi sila nakapagpatuloy mag-aral po sa high school, tumigil ho sila. And the only way for them to catch up is through ALS. So this is actually addressing also some of the issues of the most vulnerable, the internally displaced persons, children in special and extreme cases, Mr. President. And like I said earlier, I know good Senator Risa is also a staunch advocate on preventing teenage pregnancies. Marami ho sila tumitigil mag-aral, so ALS is a way for them to go back into schooling, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Truly laudable, and we're looking forward to passing this on second reading. Mr. President, with that, to allow our colleagues to study this measure further, may we move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1365.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we just have a few franchise measures to take up before they lapse during the break. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4583 under Committee Report number 59. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Grace is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. We move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor for their amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I think there's no other amendments except one
For Senator Bong.
from Senator Bong Revilla, which will be read by our esteemed Majority Leader.
This is for all.
This is for all
Thank you, Mr.
the
President.
franchises that are pending.
Senator Revilla proposed, Mr. President, to insert a new provision. One second. Is this for regarding to this? Mr. President, insert the provision which reads, pursuant to Republic Act 8370, the grantee shall allot the minimum of 15% of the daily total airtime of each broadcasting network to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection?
I accept the amendment, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Ito ba yung cup? Yung cup. Sorry.
Hmm?
Si cup, di ba? Cup. Usually si cup. Child-friendly. Mr. President, the next amendment will be amendment to Section 3 concerning prior approval of NTC. Insert the following provisions. In case of violations of any of the provisions of this franchise, the NTC shall have the authority to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses issued by the NTC pursuant to the franchise. Period. NTC may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise if there are any violations of the provisions of the franchise. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
And renumber the sections accordingly, Mr. President. To renumber the sections accordingly. Mr. President, may I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended. Committee or individual?
You have committee pa. So I just did the individuals.
And this is
Ready
for,
to issue, Mr. President.
and this is for all 6, Mr.
Session is
President.
resumed.
Mr. President, I apologize, we took up the individual amendments already, but we move to recognize the sponsor for the committee amendments, Mr. President. So move. Go ahead.
This is for committee report number 59. On page 4, delete lines 20 to 24 and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
This is for committee report number 60.
Oh, wala pa.
Wala.
So, yeah, one by one. So this committee report number 59, taking consideration the amendments we just had placed, both committee and individual amendments. So, Mr. President, we move to reflect the chronological event.
Is there any
order.
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
So with that, Mr. President, we move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4583 under Committee Report number 59.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, move that we consider House Bill number 4584 under Committee Report number 60.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor for committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Sponsor is recognized. Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, on page 4, delete lines 14 to 18 and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. And
these are the proposed amendments of Senator Revilla. Insert Mr. President, with the permission of the body, insert a new provision which reads, pursuant to Republic Act 8370, the grantee shall allot a minimum of 15% of daily total airtime of each broadcasting network to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. Period, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, an amendment to Section 3 concerning prior approval of NTC, insert the following provisions. In case of violations of any of the provisions of the franchise, the NTC shall have the authority to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses issued by the NTC pursuant to its franchise, period. NTC may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise if there are any violations of the provisions of the franchise, period. So moved.
Mr. President, there are no committee amendments for Committee Report 61.
Yeah, no, this is a individual amendment of, still the individual amendment of committee
yeah,
report
then
number.
I accept, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Is there any
So,
objection? There being none, motion's approved.
renumber, Mr. President, we move to renumber the sections accordingly.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve to close the period of amendments, there being no more amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4584.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, move to consider House Bill number 5490 under Committee Report number 61.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. We move to close the period of interpellations.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, we move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor for any committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved. Senator Grace is again
pa-
recognized.
61 to 61.
61 ba tayo?
61.
There are no committee amendments for Committee Report 61.
Okay, no committee amendments on Committee Report number 61. However, Mr. President, I move to consider the individual amendments that was given by Senator Bong Revilla. Number one, to insert a new provision which reads, pursuant to Republic Act 8370, the grantee shall allot a minimum of 15% of the daily total airtime of each broadcasting network to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the
I accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
And the final amendment, it's an amendment to Section 3 concerning prior approval of NTC. Insert the following provisions. In case of violations of any provision of this franchise, the NTC shall have the authority to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses issued by NTC pursuant to the franchise, period. NTC may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise if there are any violations of the provision of the franchise, period. I so move.
I accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
And may we renumber the sections accordingly.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5490 under Committee Report number 61.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration of House Bill number 4581 under Committee Report number 62.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor for committee amendments on Committee Report number 62. 62.
Mr. President, on page 4, delete lines 14 to 18 and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, individual amendments. First is to insert a provision which reads, pursuant to Republic Act 8370, the grantee shall allot a minimum of 15% of the daily total airtime of each broadcasting network to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
And finally, amendment to Section 3 concerning prior approval of NTC, insert the following provisions. In case of violations of any of the provisions of this franchise, the NTC shall have the authority to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses issued by NTC pursuant to the franchise, period. NTC may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise if there are any violations of the provisions of the franchise. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we move to renumber the sections accordingly.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With that, Mr. President, we move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4581 and the committee report number 62.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4582 under committee report number 62.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate the measure. We move to close the period of interpolation.
This is committee report number?
Number 63.
63. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we move to recognize the sponsor for their amendments, committee amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on page 4, delete lines 22 to 26 and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, and for our individual amendments, Senator Revilla, insert a new provision which reads, pursuant to Republic Act 8370, the grantee shall allot a minimum 15% of daily total airtime of each broadcasting network to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? What does the sponsor say?
I accept.
Is there any
I
objection?
accept,
There
Mr.
being none,
President.
motion is approved.
Mr. President, an amendment to Section 3 concerning prior approval of NTC, please insert the following provision. In case of violations of any provision of this franchise, the NTC shall have the authority to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses issued by NTC pursuant to the franchise. The NTC may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise if there are any violations provisions of the franchise.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you. She accepts, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, and renumber the sections accordingly.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, we move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4582 under
there-
committee report number 62.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Finally, Mr. President, we move to resume consideration of House Bill number 4463 under committee report number 64.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor for the committee amendments?
Mr. President, on page 5, delete lines 10 to 14 and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, for individual amendments, Senator Bong Revilla proposes to insert a new provision which reads, pursuant to Republic Act 8370, the grantee shall allot a minimum of 15% of the daily total airtime of each broadcasting network to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. So moved.
Is there any objection?
I
There being
accept.
none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, finally, amendment to Section 3 concerning prior approval of NTC, insert the following provisions. In case of violations of any provision of any of the provisions of this franchise, the NTC shall have the authority to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses issued by NTC pursuant to the franchise, period. NTC shall recommend or may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise if there are any violations of the provisions of the franchise, period.
Is there
I
any
accept.
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to renumber the sections accordingly, also, as well. Thank you, Mr. President. And before we act on it,
Mr. President,
yes, Mr.
did you
Wala pa.
suspend it already?
wala pa, wala pa.
I'll add something.
And we'd like to move, Mr. President, that all amendments of Senator Revilla would be subject to style. So we can just review, there might be some typographic errors there or words out of place. So, Mr. President, we'd like to
Is there any objection? There being none,
close-
motion is approved.
Yeah, close the period as well of,
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4460.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Please proceed.
I would like to manifest my thanks to both the majority and the minority leaders for being for the majority leader for being very persuasive that we submit and do our work on time, and also the minority leader for understanding the time constraints. Hindi lang ABS-CBN ang prangkisa na tinututukan natin. Itong mga maliliit na prangkisa sa probinsya na nagbibigay ng trabaho ay pinag-uukulan rin natin ng pansin, kapareho ng pansin na ibinibigay natin sa malalaking prangkisa. So yun lamang po, Mr. President. Maraming
So why only the majority leader and the minority leader?
Also the presiding officer.
And of course, the presiding officer.
And Senator Gatchalian and Senator Risa.
That are here.
Senator Gatchalian, yes.
I basically thanked our colleagues earlier, but then again, it's good for the record to note that with the cooperation also Senator Risa, and of course the minority leader, the presiding officer, who has other intentions also, would like to see the what do you call this? The success of Star Magic.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
But
Majority Leader.
actually, Mr. President, the truth be told, if something would happen to ABS-CBN, he says his office is willing to hire, but only the Star Magic members.
Together with Senator Gatchalian.
Yes, yes. I think he already hired from ABS, Mr. President. Off the record, Mr. President, we'll scratch that off the record. Just a few housekeeping measures before we adjourn. And absolutely correct, what Senator Grace Poe pointed out, that somebody might say that we are just concentrating on ABS-CBN, but truth be told again, Mr. President, we just passed on second reading today six important broadcasting franchises that services us all over the country. For countryside development. So, thank you, Madam. So, just for some administrative matters, Mr. President, transfer of referral of Senate Bill 6, SBN 66, 319, 332, and 948. This is the Sustainable Transportation Act. From the Committee on Public Services to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved. Minority leaders recognized.
Mr. President, may I know what is the subject of the bills and whether the transfer is consistent with the rules?
Actually, Mr. President, I believe what had transpired was a request of Senator Pia Cayetano with the sponsor, the original proponent or committee chairperson of these bills, which is the Committee on Public Services, Senator Grace Poe, and she graciously agreed to allow, I guess because also of workload, to allow Senator Pia Cayetano to sponsor the measures.
We do appreciate the desire of the original, the chair of the Committee on Public Services. But, Mr. President, we should not move the jurisdiction over a measure pending in the Senate on the basis of agreements between two senators. With all due respect, Mr. President, the rules precisely would define very clearly the jurisdiction of each committee so that it is not on the whim or caprice or agreement of any two senators that the jurisdiction over a bill or a measure is moved around the different committees, because that would cause chaos and confusion, Mr. President, so that for all you know, a matter pertaining to health will get assigned to Blue Ribbon with no reason whatsoever, but because the two chairs agree. So we were raising this, Mr. President. We believe that the matter of the transfer, if need be, should be first referred to the Committee on Rules, and the transfer of the committees should be based on the rules of the Senate, not on the agreement between two senators. With all due respect, Mr. President.
What would the pleasure of our good minority floor leader be? Do we refer it to the Committee on Rules first to come up with a decision?
Either we retain the original as a referral or move or refer the issue to the Committee on Rules?
What we can do, Mr. President, to at least give time for us to make the study and present the rationale, to transfer, as mentioned by Minority Floor Leader, these 4 measures to the Committee on Rules, and then we can take it up again next week with the proper explanation. Because I don't know myself what the sustainable transportation is before I attempt to guess and give an answer to the distinguished Minority Floor Leader. So I so move, Mr. President, we transfer first these measures to the Committee on Rules, and we will study this over the weekend and hopefully give an explanation to our dear colleague, Senator Franklin Drilon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, thank you. Finally, there's just final housekeeping. And this is what I did so that I do not violate the rule of our Minority Floor Leader. Mr. President, I would like to manifest that the chairman of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Francis Tolentino, has designated me as the chairman of the Subcommittee on Potable Water Supply System Act to hear the bills filed on the matter to sponsor the committee and to sponsor the committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is
So,
approved.
hindi niya na pinasa. Subcommittee. For the right way. Ako na lang. It's my bill. With that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, March 9, 2020. Thank you very much to everyone. Have a
Session is
pleasant
adjourned.
weekend.
Okay.